Testing, testing. Fuck. Kick failed again. It's like 20% CPU usage to do that though. Okay, hold on. I need to try stop Twitch. Can I start Kick like that? No. So Kick's just not having it with the like gym underscore mbeg. What about the FFmpeg? Let's see one more time. Kick start. No. What the fuck, dude? What is so cringe? Oh man. Alright, hold up. I'm gonna try one more fucking ridiculous last thing. Wait, can I even set AV1 here? No, in which case. What a pain in the dick, dude. Wait, one other? No, that doesn't matter because it's not clashing with a fucking active YouTube. No way I can check it here. No, not available. That sucks, dude. Alright, this shit's probably not going to work again. Yeah. It's possible the encoder doesn't start. Gotcha. Gotcha. Piece of shit, dude. Alright, fuck this. Back to the fucking way we had it. Well, I guess it works at least. I gotta maybe test that tomorrow though, because that's really fucking annoying. Like super cringe. But again, it is what it is. At least it works. But it's like getting a new GPU and then still having lag. It's just, I know it's not the GPU causing it, so at least that's good, man. That was fucking annoying. Alright. Let's do one with Vegeta, shall we? Badman. Motherfucker. Nappa's coming for me. Okay, I ran into that shit. I was literally asking for it. Motherfucker, can you chill? What's interesting is, no, maybe not. I was gonna say it seemed smoother in like my OBS preview window. Obviously it's still delayed. But I was curious how much of it was just it kind of fucking with my monitor. Or maybe I turned on or off VSync or some shit like this. But then it might have been actually okay, but no, I think it's probably fucking lagging in, oh man. And stream a little bit too, which is annoying, but these are what it is. What? Well, I definitely need to heal. Oh. Jesus Christ. Motherfucker. You punk ass. Fucking reject. You weren't even worth reviving, bro. Okay, that's a miss somehow. Nice. Oh, did I get hit in the ass or did I fucking get him with that? I couldn't even tell. You motherfucker. Counter. Full counter. Oh boy. Did I not hit this guy at all or is he just healing? What the fuck is happening? Holy shit, bro. Chill. Nice. Actually got him. You motherfucker. Bitch. Oh my. I can't believe you just got me with that kick in the face. Oh, oh, oh. Okay. With one of them down, that should be way less pressure. Although it's still gonna be annoying. Ooh, I've got to charge up as well. Come on. Dodge it. Nice. Holy fuck. To get them both? Nice. Keep his ult. Bitch. Don't need him charging. Oh. Charging up to eat that. Holy. Oh my fucker. Son of a bitch. Get out of here with that Nappa. Oh. Am I close enough to do something or too close to actually pull anything off? I mean, either way, during an attack like that, it's dodge mode, but still. I was hoping I could catch him with one of these. Whoa. If you could just, get bonked, that'd be good. Nappa, you're so fucking dead, bro. Okay, so much for teleporting behind him. Oh. Oh, that's why. I pressed the wrong button last time. Just like that. What? Motherfucker. Get bopped one time. One time. One sec. Oh. Yeah, we can do one more. Let me smoke a bowl in a sec, but let me just check what bro's up to right now. Kankamore's covering some stuff, and I am behind on all this stuff, so let's see.
To import into Cubase and then like make it make sense.
Oh wait,
but I think that's the difference between make one function fucking with it and just someone playing around with the AOI. Yeah.
Oh, Mudcrab's maybe talking about music production stuff. Let's see what's going on here.
We got a thumbs up from Ali.
Okay, cool.
I think so. And so it's not like a complete obvious of like these are the words being said and like everyone will know. That's like kind of an inside joke thing, but if you know Kankamore, it just makes it fucking hilarious.
Mike, you've used his actual voice?
No. No.
Lame. Should have.
Oh, okay. So he made it with that.
Yes.
Yeah, bro. That's
It's you?
Yeah, that's old shit of me.
I like that.
In the bedroom when I was a kid.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
It's just your
That's
song.
just me, just noodling. Just making it up on the spot.
Yeah. I have no idea. It's like
Just backing tracks.
What kind of guitar is that?
It's a Ibanez S series with a different it's like checkered plating.
It's probably whack. I'm playing that at 2x speed, but fuck it.
Big guard put on a.
nice.
This is so based.
All right. Let's fucking start the hell.
Oh, okay. I probably don't
I
want
think she
to
can handle it. She's in the chat right now.
sit through all this shit,
Gathered,
but
no watching. Someone break the evidence down of content.
okay, yeah. I heard she got demolished, but I'll check that shit out another time.
You attract, but I'm sitting there with like 50 tabs open, generating 2 songs at a time to try and find one song to try and work with to import into Cubase and then like make it make sense. But
Oh.
I think that's the difference between a musician fucking with it and just someone.
Yeah, AI process sounds like a
Yeah.
whole other thing. That'd be really interesting though to talk to Mudcrab about. I should message him about that next time I see him in chat.
Is that you on the other like channel? The like playing guitar, the metal like.
No, I
Alright. Alright, that's fine. No way.
Have to end up like this.
I probably can't play this shit because of copyrights, but I wonder if I get a notification on there. No fucking way they got this goddamn song. That is fucking hilarious, bro. I'm dead inside.
Underestimates.
I am dead. I guess that's my buddy. Just for the lol. That's actually way too funny. Hey, Skip Figure, how you doing, man? Bro, I can't believe I'm gonna get it. It makes perfect sense, but
This is what happens when you choose to defy heaven.
they're just pressing the boomer button like the member berries like you wouldn't believe. That's my buddy. One sec. That's fucking hilarious. Anyways, I get my shit back to where I need to be. And where I can actually see what I need to see. God damn it. Bro. That shit, hold on. Let's see if I can blast something over the combat. No pun and foreshadowing intended, but come on. Taking way too long. And I think it's this version. Let's go. Alright, it's gonna be pretty loud, but that's in place of the other music, so let's go. I should have turned off the voices, not the sound effects, or the music, not sound effects, whatever. Fuck it. I'm gonna get hit by a lot of sneak attacks in this fight.
Let Mortal Kombat begin.
Oh man. I might not be able to play that other tune, but I'll risk it with this cover.
Sunglasses, asshole.
Eat shit. Oh my god, he caught me. Oh my god, he got me. Oh my god, he got me so bad. That son of a bitch. What? Let's go. Oh my god. I should have seen that coming from the fucking giant red triangle, but fuck it. I'm too distracted by the frame lag that's pissing me off. And the tunes, man. Uh-oh. Bitch. Oh, fucking face. Can you not? Yo, I can't deal with these trees right now. I'm the worst place in all this open air to possibly fight. Oh god.
Get over here!
Motherfucker. I'm trying to charge up. Don't do it. Oh, nice. Just in time. Oh, almost perfect timing for the tune too. But I just meant good timing to like avoid the kick, frankly. What the fuck? Oh, fuck. Could you stop that? You're the weak bitch. This guy needs to chill. What the fuck? That's not chill. That's not chill at all. Oh. This guy's almost dead. Let's see if we can get rid of him. Oh, that's not what I was gonna do, bro.
There are fates worse than death.
You bitch. You bitch. Alright. Bonk. Fucking bonked him on the head. Speaking of which, oh, never mind. Didn't have to blast him, but I did anyway. Ah, come on. Oh, fuck. He's hitting me from point blank, bro. Unacceptable behavior. And dodging me like that? Also very rude, to be honest.
In a tournament called Mortal Kombat.
A handful of people on a leaky boat are gonna save the world.
Exactly.
Eat shit, bitch. That's what I'm talking about. Alright. Almost there. Actually, it's kind of perfect timing for this song, I'm not gonna lie. I forgot this was on the playlist. No, this is not the version with the guitars on it. Of course it's not. Alright, chill. I'm sorry. I'll chill on the fucking Zelda music for a second. Let's see. You know what? We'll go back to the actual game sound. Oh, Dragon Ball's restored? That was the perfect little stopgap then. Oh yeah. It's not how I muted the game. What the fuck am I doing? What the fuck am I doing? This is... I don't even think this is gonna help me, if I'm honest. Because I think the issue is coming from my CPU. But I'm just gonna test that real quick and see what's up. Nah, yeah, it's definitely... it's for sure CPU bound issue. Very, very unfortunate, yes. Very much I don't like. Alright. Okay. I don't really want to go fishing right now, let's be honest. Fucking fish fiesta. I'll do one round of the Dragon Balls. Revive one more enemy. Although I don't even know. Well, if Nappa's just on a random ledge, surely the Ginyu Force or whoever the fuck else. Or Dodoria and Zarbon, that's what I'm thinking of. I think I already did the Ginyu Force. Okay. Right. Okay, that's why the fuck, but zoomed in on the town. No, I don't want to go to the fucking world map. Chill out. sometimes it'll kick you out if you go above the mountains, so that's why I'm taking the scenic route. Hello, Dragon Ball? Hey, Dragon Ball. Oh. Behind a fucking tree. Come on. Get on. Actually, speaking of the world map. Wow, so many of them in this corner. Maybe we could do the fishing one time. Just because I see those like increased drop rates. I'm like, hey, yo. Fit the pompiche. Someone say something about a fit the pompiche. Alright. I'm actually going to put on this. It's a little too Mr. Girl, but for reasons that are my own. And not schizo, I swear.
Thank you to Squarespace for
shit.
supporting PBS.
Fuck, that's loud.
It's the job of physicists to worry about numbers, but there's one number that physicists have stressed about more than any other, and that number is 0.00729735256 ... approximately 1/137. This is the fine structure constant, and it appears everywhere in our equations of quantum physics, and we're still trying to figure out why. The fine structure constant, designated as the Greek letter alpha, just looks like one of the many constants of nature that power our laws of physics, like the speed of light, or the gravitational constant, or Planck's constant. But there's something so weird and so compelling about this number that many of the founders of quantum mechanics obsessed over.
Might as well swap it back.
Paul Dirac called it the most fundamental unsolved problem in physics. Wolfgang Pauli said, "When I die, my first question to the devil will be, what is the meaning of the fine structure constant?" Even Richard Feynman pondered its mysteries his entire life. In 1985, he wrote that all good theoretical physicists put this number up on their wall and worry about it. But what is it about this one number that makes it the worthy subject of the obsession of savants? Well, before we get to that, let me tell you
about our sponsor. Oh no. Fuck.
As with much of quantum mechanics, it all started with us watching the light produced as electrons flick between the energy levels in atoms.
I'm not high enough for this.
Results in the emission of photons of specific energies that we observe as spectral lines. Sharp peaks in the light observed when we break that light up into a spectrum of different wavelengths.
The frames,
for example,
bro,
this is the spectrum of hydrogen. Hydrogen atoms only emit light with these specific energies, and other elements have others.
I'm almost certain that, and I have to try this like next stream because whatever, I already cut myself off one time and I don't want to go into pure fucking tech mode, but I need to try and make my main broadcasts go to Kick, and then I guess make my like multicast shoot off to YouTube and Twitch. It already is like Kick and Twitch, so just swapping Kick and YouTube. But whatever. It's annoying to me right now that it's eating up my CPU and taking up way more usage than I ever do while streaming, which is like almost absolutely and surely what's causing the frame lags with the shit. Because I just bought a fucking 4080 Super, so I refuse. Shut the fuck up, Gohan. If you fucking talk back to me ever again, I will slap the shit out of you.
Spectral lines. Explaining the energies of spectral lines was a major driver of the development of quantum mechanics, and it was one of its first great successes. First, with the Bohr model of the atom explaining hydrogen lines, then the Schrödinger equation for heavier elements. But there was a problem. As our measurement apparatus improved, we saw that the single spectral lines were actually a little off the calculated values, and moreover, each single line was revealed to be composed of two lines at almost but not quite identical energies. It was Arnold Sommerfeld who managed to explain the discrepancy by including the effect of Einstein's still new relativity, as well as the fact that the energy levels of electrons with opposite spins are separated slightly by their interaction with their own orbital magnetic fields. Sommerfeld found something peculiar, that the difference in energy between the fine lines was always a multiple of one particular number, the square of the charge of the electron divided by 4 times pi, the permittivity of free space, Planck's constant, and the speed of light.
And this is going to equate to
deal.
alpha?
We see combinations of these sorts of important constants throughout the laws of physics. But the weird thing with this particular combination was that it has no units. How can that be? The charge of the electron is in coulombs, the speed of light in meters per second. Vacuum permittivity and the Planck constant also have their units. But when you bring these together, all units completely cancel out. We're left with just a number, a pure number. This number just happens to be 1/137.035999, the fine structure.
By the way, I want to make a little psychedelic side note here. Destiny mentioned on his stream, he's like, oh, you guys will be happy I changed it up. Now I'm timing people out in increments of like a day. Was it a day, 3 days, 7 days, or 30 days? I heard those numbers and I was like, I'm sorry. And you did too much acid the other day, and you said that maybe this is your last time because it's super intense. Yes, it is. And it was breaching through the fucking matrix, bro, and just touching the binary of the universe. He's like, I gotta fucking chill out on this fucking acid, bro. But I picked up these numbers, the truth, dude, the truth.
Constant.
Or some schizo shit like this.
In formula for the fine splitting of spectral lines, it would maybe just be a fun oddity. But then the numbers started to show up everywhere.
Fucking everywhere.
For example,
yeah.
the repulsive energy between two
this guy's on the
electrons
acid too, I swear.
137 times smaller than the energy
Wait, the what?
of a photon with a wavelength equal
I was
to
memeing over
everywhere.
your video. I didn't hear you.
For example, the repulsive energy between two electrons is 137 times smaller than the energy of a photon with a wavelength equal to the distance between those electrons. And the orbital speed of an electron
One more time for my shitty brain.
37 times smaller than the energy of a photon with a wavelength equal to the distance between those electrons.
Okay.
And the orbital speed of an electron in the ground state.
That's, yeah, I won't get into it, but that's one of those things where there's a certain, like, perfect mathematical structure to things that's like, wow. Specifically with waves and with sound, that's where my understanding of that comes from. And the way that, like, the doubling of frequencies kind of pushes it into different octaves and whatever, this whole fucking thing. And then as you increase those to, like, way higher frequencies, it becomes light. It's just fucking, you're like, the way that the universe around us is somehow built and designed, or like not designed but accidentally came to be, is fucking crazy, bro.
Of the Bohr model of the hydrogen atom
boggles
is 137
the mind.
times slower than the speed of light, and the energy of that ground state electron
One more time.
with a wavelength equal to the distance between those electrons, and the orbital speed of an electron in the ground state of the Bohr model of the hydrogen atom is 137 times slower than the speed of light. And the energy of that ground state electron is smaller than the rest mass energy of the electron by a factor of 137 squared. And that's just the tip of the iceberg for the appearances of the fine structure constant in the laws of physics. There's no obvious reason that these various ratios of properties should all work out to be 1/137 or 137 to some power. It's clear that the number is trying to tell us something important about the universe. And now, more than 100 years after,
that fucking everything's connected, man, and it all comes from one thing, bro. Shit.
Sommerfeld discovered the fine structure constant, I'd like to tell you what it means, except I can't, because we still don't know.
Haven't
But
taken enough
we
of
at
the
least
drugs.
have a few ideas.
Okay.
To
Sort of.
explore them, let's start talking about couplings. Whenever two particles get close to each other, there's a chance that they will interact. And they can interact in many different ways, which you can
Fusion?
visualize with finite diagrams. We have an episode about those if you're curious. These diagrams are used to add up the probabilities of particles interacting by all the different ways that interaction could happen. Those probabilities depend on many things, like the particle's positions and momenta, spins, charges, masses, etc. These factors multiply a sort of base probability to make the interaction more or less likely. That base probability comes from the coupling constant, the coupling strength for the interaction. And that's exactly what the fine structure constant is. It's the coupling strength of the electromagnetic force.
Sorry, this game's
the
super loud.
square of alpha is the base probability that an electron will emit or absorb a photon. Or in the case of two electrons interacting by, say, Feynman diagrams, is the base probability at each vertex, each interaction between electron and virtual photon, adjusted by those other parameters that I mentioned. So the fine structure constant sets the strength of the electromagnetic force. The more chance of interaction between the electron and the electromagnetic fields, the more of an EM disturbance each electron will make. So it's starting to make sense why the fine structure constant appears in all of these formulas that depend on the electromagnetic force. But the big question still remains. Why does alpha take on the value that it does, and why does this specific combination of other fundamental constants come out to be exactly alpha? When I say that alpha takes on a specific value, I'm not telling you everything. Sometimes it doesn't. In fact, the fine structure constant isn't as constant as it sounds. It changes with the energy of the interaction.
False advertising? So harmonics, true, the microtones, bro. Well, I don't even know if that's technically correctly the same thing, but yeah, true, bro. Between the lines, or waves, man.
The higher the energy, the larger the constant. In the insane energies right after the Big Bang, the coupling constant for the EM field, which was then joined with the...
Wait, I just want to say real quick, because of where this is going, and because I thought it and didn't articulate it, but part of the other trip was that, yeah, microtonal stuff shit is nuts. The 137, or 1 over 137 type thing, one of the other things that tripped me out at the time that this number was brought to my attention was that the universe was said to be 13.7 billion years old, sometimes 13.8 you'll see on the thing. But it's like, yeah, there's a margin of, you know, whatever the fuck, I don't know, 0.1 billion years of error. And so, I wonder if he's gonna say that this number is in some correlation, or basically overall with time itself. And I mean like seemingly direct correlation, obviously at like a whatever ridiculous scale, but it would be hard to imagine that well, actually it's somewhat hard to imagine, but I guess also kind of not, that would then map onto other vantage points from other planets and other galaxies and things like that. It's coincidence? I think not, although possibly and probably this time, but hey, fuck it, either way, it's fucking groovy, bro. Anyways, let's see what he says.
Would have been close to 1, but it quickly
oh, I'm sorry, did he say that at the Big Bang it was just 1, like the year 1? Let's try that one more time. Stoner theory, totally accurate, obviously. Scientific as fuck.
In the insane energies right after the Big Bang, the coupling constant for the EM field, which was then joined with the other forces, would have been close to 1. But it quickly dropped to lower values as the energy dropped and the forces separated. We're now at the bottom of the energy scale, and the fine structure constant has bottomed out at 1 over 137.035999. But there's no reason that we know of that it shouldn't have dropped all the way to 0 rather than stopping at this minimum value. However, we should be glad of this fact, because an alpha...
When you say minimum value and you're measuring this in like however long humans could measure something like this, or attempt to perceive it, it might just seem like it has bottomed out because it's moving on such a massive scale. But give it a billion years, bro.
Equals 0 universe would have no electromagnetism, and that would mean no fridge magnets, among other inconveniences like no atoms. And actually, we are luckier than we think. This constant sets the size of atoms. A larger value means electrons would be closer to the nucleus, making them more tightly bound and less able to participate in chemical bonds. A smaller value would mean electrons are less tightly bound, making atoms and molecules less stable. It's been estimated that if the fine structure constant were just a few percent different, carbon would never have been formed inside stars, making life impossible. We don't know why our universe ended up
life
with
as
a
we
particular
know it,
value
right?
for the fine structure constant, or
who's to
indeed
say
any
that
other
life couldn't
fundamental
happen with some
constants.
other materials,
Many physicists
other
believe
circumstances?
that these constants were set more or less randomly at the beginning of the universe. It would be
part of the
surprising
code,
if they
man, the
named
cosmic
just
code.
the right values to allow the formation of life. Unless, of course, there are many, many universes with different values for the constants, then it's not surprising that we find ourselves in one of the universes capable of producing us. And we've talked about this anthropic argument in the past.
Actual
But
IRL
the fact that the fine
multiverse?
structure
God damn it.
constant has such a
This is
convenient
also part
value
of the
isn't the weirdest thing about
psychedelic
it.
theory.
The weirdest thing is that it's dimensionless. Imagine that you were able to send a very short message to an alien civilization. Just a handful of bits, enough to encode one number. What number would you choose to send to ensure that they knew that the message came from an intelligent species? You could
Send an
try
alpha.
sending the various constants of nature to demonstrate that you knew advanced physics. The problem is, most of these constants require you to choose units of measurement. Transmit, say, the value for the speed of light, 2.99792,458 meters per second, and you have to explain what a meter and a second are. Try the gravity.
I like how they have to somehow depict this number in a way that's to be understood by an alien, as if he's pretending that, like, oh, it's the unit of measurement, that's the problem. I guess you could use fucking dots and they're countable, but yeah, I don't know.
Gravitational or the Planck's constant, and you also have to define the kilogram. There's no way for the alien civilization to recognize these numbers without knowing our units for distance, time, mass, or electric charge, etc. But the fine structure constant is unitless. It's equal to 1/137-ish for everyone in the universe. Even if you just transmit the number 137, those aliens are going to realize that something is up.
Let's go.
And that's handy
Let's go,
for our
alien bros.
interstellar communication, but it also tells us that something is seriously up with the fine structure constant. Being unitless on its own isn't something special. We can come up with all sorts of unitless values.
Oh, my fucking
Just
frame
take
lag
the
is
ratio
killing me
between
right
two
now,
things that
bro.
have the same units, like the ratio of the masses of the electron and the proton, or say the coefficient of friction of an inclined plane. But these things
Portal enjoyer?
don't pop up in all the unexpected places like the fine structure constant does. So what do we make of this number that is both unitless and ubiquitous? Let's start by thinking about similarly prolific constants of nature, the ones that actually do have units. Those units tell us a lot about what those constants mean. They tell us that the constants of nature represent relationships. For example, the speed of light is the translation factor between the dimensions of space and time in relativity. It's also the relationship between mass and energy in Einstein's famous equation. The gravitational constant is the relationship between mass, distance, and gravitational force. Planck's constant is the relationship between the uncertainty in measuring position and velocity. The list
Did I
goes
catch
on.
him? Nice.
The relationship is defined by the units of the constant. But without any units, it's not immediately clear what kind of relationship the fine structure constant represents. So here's an idea. Perhaps this odd little number represents a relationship between relationships. If the other constants of nature tie various physical parameters together, perhaps the fine structure constant is what ties those constants together. Think about it this way. If the constants of nature were set randomly at the Big Bang, and they were set independently to each other, then we wouldn't necessarily expect there to be any one way of combining them that's particularly special. Sure, you could always find a combo where the units cancel out, but that combo wouldn't necessarily have physical
Not the orb I was looking
significance.
for. God damn it.
The fact that this cancelling gives the fine structure constant, and the fine structure constant also represents the relationship between many real physical aspects of the universe, seems to be telling us something. It hints at a connection between the other fundamental constants, perhaps pointing to an underlying common mechanism that set the value for these constants at the Big Bang. Or perhaps it hints at a deeper connection between the properties of elementary particles, like the mass and the charge of the electron. Finally, it could be that the fine structure constant is not a physical constant, but a mathematical one, like pi. But perhaps we haven't realized this is the case because our mathematics is not advanced enough yet. This is all pretty speculative, but the specialness of the fine structure constant warrants speculation. And we've been speculating on the problem for a century, as this funny little number recurred again and again in our studies of the
discovered
world.
a century ago?
Back to Richard Feynman one last time. He called the fine structure constant one of the greatest damn mysteries of physics, and he poetically mused that the hand of God wrote that number, and we don't know how he pushed the pencil. In other words, to build a universe, it may be that only one number needs to be decided in the beginning, and from it all other constants of nature follow. And perhaps that number was 1 over 137, the fine structure constant, whose value sets the rules for this particular space-time. Thank you to Squarespace for supporting PBS. Squarespace is a website building and hosting company. With Squarespace, you can connect to your audience and
I should really update my website, to be honest.
Members-only content.
And by update, I mean make it in general. I have the URL, but
leverage audience insights all in one platform.
But that's all I
Users
have.
can also create community with a Squarespace website through its fully integrated commenting system that supports threaded comments, replies, and likes.
Bonk.
Squarespace extensions help users manage inventory, products, and streamline bookkeeping. With Squarespace, you can display social media posts on your websites and push website content to your preferred social accounts. Go to squarespace.com for a free trial.
Alright. Well, that was a blast from my 10-year-old past. I haven't thought about trippy things like that in a long time. Oh man, what if anything do I actually... Oh, I think there was a MVG video I was thinking about putting up. Let me see. Modern Vintage Gamer. Oh. Hold on. Might have to check out an Aspen Gold thing real
Blizzard
quick.
is talking about what Microsoft's influence is like after the acquisition. And before bad meta has evolved to a whole new point, it's actually pretty hilarious, and I want to show you that. And third, a little bit of an apology.
Still haven't even played that Diablo 4.
Into your guys' hands to decide about what you want to do about it. Also, I'll be live right now. You can click the link down below to go to the Twitch if you want to see me live. I'll see you there.
D4 bad? Yeah, I heard about that. It's going to be really hard for Diablo 4 to ever be good again. Because people already decided that it...
Again implies it was ever good. It wasn't. And I didn't even have to play the full release to know that. In fact, that's why I didn't play the full release. Because I bought it and then played the beta and I was like, yo, you're fucking kidding me. This is dog shit.
It was bad.
In every fucking way possible. The graphics were good. I'll give them that. Some of the spells felt good. Maybe like Frost Nova. Fucking the rest though. Dog shit.
So if people acknowledge that Diablo 4 is good, then
one of the main
also means that they were wrong whenever they said Diablo 4 was bad. So
that's not going to be the issue that holds the game back from ever being good. Or like, okay, if the meme exists because people want to keep perpetuating it, whatever, fine. In my honest eyes, it's good when it's good, and it's just not.
Why would they want to admit that they were wrong?
Just
Because if you're
fucking
wrong,
not.
you're stupid. So by saying that Diablo 4 is good, they're calling themselves stupid. So it has to be bad. That's the way it works.
With the first point of the video. Microsoft has let Blizzard be Blizzard following its acquisition. The studio says is that
I wish they'd stop doing that.
I
for
just see a little
343. Holy fuck! Quit letting them be themselves. That's been the worst thing for Halo.
Of this one.
Stalking into the water.
Now this headline is according to Holly Longdale, who's the executive producer
Oh, wrecked?
and vice president for World of
They
Warcraft.
just got fucking
Longdale breaks down that
destroyed?
they have access to the people from both Mojang for basically Minecraft, as well as the Elder Scrolls Online.
No doubt.
So she's stating that it's basically
Get
helpful
fucking
for them to have
bonked.
access to these people and see what
That was
works for
possibly the
those
fastest
games.
one I've done in a while.
Interestingly
Well, ever.
enough, Elder Scrolls Online is going to come up again later in this video. No one is asking us to do anything. World of Warcraft is doing very well, and they're very proud of what
Naturally.
it's been able to accomplish.
there it fucking
They've been
is.
tremendously
Jesus
supportive,
Christ.
referring to Microsoft, and it's like, let Blizzard be Blizzard. So effectively, the vibe here.
Okay.
Why would they want to go in and?
One sec. I'm gonna drop the quality on this a little bit, which should be fine because you're seeing it really small. My computers. I mean, 80% CPU is ridiculous, bro. It's ridiculous. It's killing me. It's gonna forgive me. I keep yapping about the tech shit, but I'm like, man.
I think I can handle this.
Do I ever want to fix it? Can you just let me? Can you chill for a second? God damn it, dude. God damn it.
Change
All right.
something that's working. Blizzard was making a lot of money. Why would Microsoft go in and change that? Microsoft probably bought Blizzard because, number one, the company was at a massive, like, low... Like, the company will probably never have that low of a value again, like, if it was not, bought. Because, like, that was after the sexual assault
Bobby
fucking
Kotick shit.
That was
Kotick,
after,
whatever.
like, they had, like, 3 expansions bombed. That was after Overwatch 2. Like, really, everything
A
was
series of
bad.
L's.
So,
Holy shit.
Microsoft
Yeah,
bought
true.
them at the-
Tech shit
at the
is
perfect
cool.
time.
I just like,
Insiders
you know,
at,
usually don't want to
Blizzard
bore with
is
someone
that
that's like,
Microsoft is not really
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and I
require them
don't
to
care.
do your thing. There's been a
Particularly
topic
about
of some debate whether or not
stream
this is
specific
actually
tech shit, I
good
guess.
For the future, you can look at other YouTube videos talking about this and just go to the
All
comments,
right,
and you're going to
fuck
see
this
there's
area.
kind of
That took way too
split
long to find.
opinions on this.
And
So
way
it
too many
seems to me
battles.
Like people were hoping Microsoft would influence Blizzard for the better instead of just letting them sit. But keep in mind, these are just comments from one of the heads at one of the games over there at Blizzard. World of
And
Warcraft, they say,
WoW
is
is,
doing
yeah,
just fine. Diablo 4 has had a lot
completely
of bad
different
press, but
from
seems
WoW,
like it's
or
getting better with the
D4,
PPR with
Jesus.
Season 4 coming. Speaking of Diablo,
It'll take a year for the bad press. Basically, like, in order to get, in
wipe
order
the
for
reputation.
people to acknowledge something is good, there needs to be like a massive change, something like Cyberpunk 2.0, or it has to be as long as the thing was bad. So, like, if something was bad for a year, it will take at least 1 year for it to become unbad in the minds of, like, average people. And even then, it probably won't.
It's like a breakup and shit.
Bad. The meta for Diablo 4 has evolved to a point where it's not even about the game anymore. If I go to the front page of YouTube right now, there's actually a mix. D4 Bad the song, and that is because there is an entire playlist here.
The song. Don't kill me, bro.
Quinn, oh my god.
D4 Bad music.
Holy
AI
fuck.
generated
Look.
Diablo 4 bad songs have been all over Twitch lately. In fact, there's entire channels called D4 Bad Radio,
Fucking
just as an
Quinn.
example.
No
of one of these
shot.
guys
No
here. That's all they
fucking-
do is publish Diablo 4 bad songs, and some of these are actually.
I mean, this is pretty impressive.
Diablo. No fucking
I mean,
way.
like, if I
That's
saw this many people saying a game was
kidding me.
bad, I would
That's
kind
fucking
of want to try it.
That's a hell of a Masenko, baby. Let's go.
hilariously
Bitch.
good.
Okay, I don't want to hear the fucking Diablo
That's
shanty.
so fucking good.
I can't do the shanty, bro.
These are like
Sorry if you were looking forward to that.
You're really making these because they really just want D4 bad. Everyone can know it. Like we get it. It's a joke at this point. But these songs are actually like.
I mean, it's a
pretty
joke
fun.
about
if you
reality,
listen to
but
some of
yes,
these, they're pretty good.
it's a meme.
So there's everything from like power metal to the sea shanties to
Why
pop
won't you shoot
songs,
Gohan?
and
The fuck
it's
is wrong with
hilarious.
you?
I didn't realize AI was that good at making music. This dude is spamming these songs out, and he's not the only channel doing it.
Coming from my
they have,
job.
like, these like AI Drake songs and shit like that. I see this all the time on Twitter. People were talking about it.
I
Like,
wonder.
People are trying to be like,
This
oh
probably
man,
won't work,
Drake
but-
finally released his like diss album or like diss track for Kendrick Lamar, and it's some fucking AI bullshit, and it's not even real. And some people in the comments are like, oh, this goes so hard.
I don't know what
Kendrick
to
is
do.
cooked. Like,
I resent the idea of even clicking this
bro,
button
J.
right now.
Cole a real
To be
bitch.
super honest. 'Cause, like I said,
Fuck?
new video card is not the time
They
for
can't even tell.
old settings. Oh. Haha.
Bunch. Here's another channel that's basically just been like straight up.
Hey, yo. How was... Hold on. How was, watching that crazy chick trying to bait people in, what was it called? Pedo Park? Pervert Park? Something like this. Hey, yo, Tape Deck, man. I appreciate the follow, my guy. Also, good on you for a Kasname? KS name? I don't know. Whatever the fuck it is. Thank you, yo. Thank you. Spivmeister. Hey, yo, Portobello. Fucking. It's just the. Is that. Whatever Destiny face that is. Karantos. Something. It almost had me looking like Finkelstein for a second. And yo, Justical. How you doing, my man? Bro. That chick was gonna get shot by one of those crazy motherfuckers. The pedo in the bush, just fucking leaning like it's Call of Duty. Like, I gotta catch a shot. I found a live one. Freaks, bro. The freaks. Hey, yo, Leafy Bell. I appreciate the follow, my man. Welcome to my crazy about Hisam Abi. It's not too far from Hamas Parker, you know? It's these motherfucker, eh? Thank you, yo. I appreciate the fucking follow, my guy. Alright, forgive the little bit of frame lag. I've been bitching and complaining about it to fucking skip figure for a minute. But my kick stream is running off my CPU, which is bullshit. So, anyways. I know it's like, hey, whatever. Just play, motherfucker. But if you're wondering, no, I can't fix the fucking frames. No, I fucking can't. Come on. Also, one sec. Let me get you guys some background tunes. Woo! Sorry about that. Little loud. But that's alright. It's a vibe. And chill. Motherfucker. Hell yeah. I was listening to some old Dragon Ball music because, obviously. I was like, hey yo, remix? Hey yo, modern beat. Slow it down a little bit. Drop the fucking key. Let's go, baby. My neighbor is probably fucking so pissed hearing me blast this shit on repeat. But hey, it is what it is. If you don't like it, fucking move. Oh, I see you healing everybody. Bitch, get out of my face, dude. Bonk. Bro, just bonking the bots on the head, one shot. Hell yeah. That little dancing dude is me. Looking like Dancing Doomer Media, to be honest. Alright, I think we got like one more left. Maybe two? Where the fuck is it? Where's the ball, man? Come on. Oi, Dragon Ball. Hello. Oh, there it is. Come on. 7-star? How many left? One more? I think it was supposed to be, 2 more. We'll do the last one next to fucking Goku's house, and then summon the dragon, and continue the story from there. Hell yeah, yo. You guys feel it. You can feel it in your bones. Ah, man. It's so classic, bro. Way too fucking classic. One sec. Where is... Oh. Back into the creek? The ravine? Whatever the fuck it is. Ooh. Maybe I could stop off and get some more potions too, because I burned them up during Vegeta's training. Fucking whoopsie. Who is it again? Feel free to browse. Sells what I need. There it is. Yeah. Ooh. Whatever. Let's not spend all our money. Although, surely, yeah. Oh. All right. We'll do a different track. It's like a different remix of the same track. We already fucking ran this one, man. Come on. Actually, you know what? Let's just go super classic. This is for my boomers out there, but of course it was louder, but it's alright. You gotta start Hydro City on the fucking pow. That shit is fucking unreal. unreal levels of groove. Oh yeah, hold up. I gotta make some money, bro. Some fucking money, bro. Low prices. Cheap goods, fuck it. We take those. Alright. That's enough. That's enough. Hell yeah, absolutely. Oh, hold up. My bad. My little, what's it called? Thingy over here. Should have had the title there. Appreciate you asking to remind me to fix my shit. Got the hotkey set up, but fumbling, bro, fumbling. Alright, not gonna be more greedy with these, because I got that money, bro. I got the zenny, dude. Yeah. Right. Into the ravine. Gohan, to the skies. Let's go, baby. Frame lag? Chilling my immersion. Forgive me, yo. If you see me crying and complaining about it, I'm like, I didn't spend $1,500 on a GPU so I could have frame lag. I was on a cell shaded game. Suck my dick, dude. Get out of my fucking face. Oi, Dragon Ball. One more. Oh yeah, dude. One of my regulars that's not here right now is Super Fro. He's got a bunch like the fucking Sonic, Knuckles, and Tails doing the dance to get like this little jig. Oh, I definitely gotta upload some animated GIFs. I got a bunch of slots open and none of them are used, so soon. Oh, I also just figured out like the Can I explain why Wolfgang hated me? Like, in short, I think there was comments that I made that like came off the wrong way in text prior to a moment where we were having just like a Discord day, you know, where two people going at it for hours, and we were both playing our part in that. And then that obviously escalated in a conversation on Jistical Stream, or sorry, we escalated to and ended in that conversation on Jistical Stream, which I could imagine from that alone, he's just like, yo, fuck this guy. Which, yeah. And I mean, he's explained a thing or two here or there. Some of it I just don't feel maps onto me. But like, fair enough if he feels that way about it, you know. And I mean, yeah, I hope it was a funny ass debate. It was very much like meant to be for the fun and performance of it, because part of it was that I was being challenged to maintain that same energy in voice that I was having in chat, because it's like, oh, the claim is I talk shit in chat and then I'm all nice in voice. And it's like, bro, I'm not like actually trying to be a hater. It might just sound more toxic in chat than it's supposed to, or maybe we're like going at it about some shit, and it's like, whatever, I don't give a fuck. Like, all right, it's like the next day, let's move on. But yeah, that obviously you know, reached whatever fever pitch, and so yeah, it is what it is. I think I understand it, but yeah, like I said, I don't think it properly maps onto me, because I don't have this conflict or issue with other people. I get along with effectively everyone in the community, and in most communities, unless I have like a specific falling out with whatever individual person, right? So I'm kind of, yo, BB Poison, what's shaking, bro? So fuck, I'll hold that tangent and little rant and diversion for my PC bullshit to tell you about in a minute. But I got the new GPU and I reset my RAM. I had to open up, I think I told you this shit already a little bit in mod chat or whatever, but fucking hitting the screwdriver to the motherboard to like short the battery or do whatever it is to fucking reset the CMOS. I'm like, dog, this fucking holy fucking computer. But I gotta fix one more thing to get my everything working right, so soon I gotta like end stream to try and fuck with some settings, but soon. And then I want to re-overclock my RAM, but I gotta like get some software to try and let's just say automate and optimize the process. Anyways, I'll fucking ramp about that shit later. Like you said, tape tech, it's fun, but it's a different rabbit hole. Also, something's missing. The tunes, man, the fucking tunes. But yeah, I'll just say this real quick. Grays or Greyheads or however you say that. It's like unfortunate in the sense that like whatever, it'd be cooler if we didn't have beef, right? I don't care on a personal level, although again it would be like just objectively less toxic and more of a cool and chill time if we could like whatever, put things behind us, brought them to the bridge. I offered whatever. I don't want to like say too much because I don't want to be cringe about it, and I don't want to be framing it in a certain way that's like I want to make it clear this guy doesn't owe me shit, right? I just think the level of which he hates me doesn't match the amount of interaction we've had, or the like we didn't have much of a connection before. We were just like both in Erudite's community prior, so I was like, oh, I recognize this guy, and like saw his streams between my time there and my time in Justicle's channel. So it's just like a familiar face, and there's a whole bunch of other weird coincidences of like appearance and location and all this stuff where I'm just like, oh, that's crazy. But it's like we weren't friends. I have no DMs with the guy ever. It's not like, oh no, my bro. It's more just like, I don't understand how you could be this mad. How could you be this mad about me? But hey, it's like it is what it is. It be like that. I slipped up a little bit, I'll admit. The other day, I commented I was tired as fuck from my buddy's wedding, which like whatever, no excuses and shit. But I slept for like 3.5 hours and 48 hours to try and get there on time and not fuck things up. And so I was like super tired from that shit. And then my car broke down on the way home from the dentist the next day. And I like just got home from my car being towed, and he was having conflicts with someone else in the chat. And so I kind of like, whatever. I poked. I said a thing, and I slipped up for a minute. I was like, oof. But yeah. I have no intention or desire to like maintain the frustration from that was like 3 months ago. It's so like such a random little moment in time. And for me, it had way more to do with one comment in particular that connected to other drama and beef I had with people that again I won't get into by any means, not right now or not publicly, but that was what it was to me. And I'll just say that the person that drama was connected to, that I felt this was like whatever adjacent concerns and frustrations, me and that person are on much better seeming cordial and like positive terms, even though we haven't had the discussion to like fully smooth things over yet privately, because I've just like backlogged it. Actually, coincidentally, speaking of my GPU, it was the last day I'm on the return policy, so like my receipt said 14-15 days, and they just announced a super series of the 40 series GPUs, so I was like, ooh, I really need to return this 4070 Ti and buy the 4080 Super with that price drop and all this. And then the drama's popping off in Discord, and I was like, I could get lost in this and like type up an essay and respond, or I could tear my PC open and like conquer my ADHD and prioritize, because my time management sucks. And if I missed it that day, ooh, I would have been stuck with a 12GB GPU, and I would have been fucking pissed, bro. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. Anyways. Forgive the rambles, but I hope that was a sufficient attempt to respond to. It is kind of a question mark to me too. Why he hates me that much? Or I guess you didn't ask why that much, just why he hates you in general, but yeah. Like I understand if it's like frustrated or I'm like not his favorite, but it feels overboard or like beyond proportion. But again, it is what it is, man. Do you know? Can't have everyone like me. Need to make some fucking enemies. Yeah, this song, bro, Portobello, this is one of those Zelda tunes that, well, tunes in general, that I consider like eternal banger, you know? This shit is just fucking... I heard it when I was like 10 years old, and I was like, I will never forget this fucking melody, and just... I still can't get the rhythm perfect because it's so like fucking... But, and I don't just mean like the general fucking percussion of it, but the strumming pattern on guitar. If I want to like imitate it on acoustic to do a cover, which I do want to do, I'm like, oh man, I gotta break this down like strum pattern, like chunk by chunk, and fucking get that shit. it has to be perfect, you know. My autism is like must respect the legend, and too many retards take Discord seriously, bro. So unironically, I messaged Justical, and like maybe it's cringe of me to say, but it's leaking my own message of a DM, so whatever. But I quoted the Bill Hicks like stand-up bit where he's talking about mandatory marijuana. He's like, I know if I had control or whatever, like you know, you would be forced to. So people are in traffic, they're honking their horn. It's like, shut up and smoke this. It's the law. And it's like, oh sorry, I was taking life seriously for a minute. It's like, bro, however stressed I was getting at Wolfgang that day in the Discord, on the stream, or particularly also with Wicked Supreme, I was like, God, this is like an antisocial. It's like, bro, I'm being antisocial in calling other people antisocial because of how seriously I was taking shit, and I just had to like catch myself for a minute and pull back. I'm more like BB Hole, so God, I'm fucking God. Don't tell Kelly, bro. Don't tell Kelly. She's gonna be furious. Fucking. Oh, shut up. But yeah, definitely. It was just like a wake up call to like just catch myself in the moment, being like, bro, what do you fucking. You good? You good? You need to play some more guitar? You need to go do this, that, the other thing? Do any and every amount of every other thing. Go out, touch some grass, fucking. I won't say it, it's a little vulgar, but you know what I mean? Vent your frustrations so that you're not pent up and getting twisted, your panties twisted into a knot by Discord. I don't know. It's funny to me. I very much have the, again, it's all George Carlin mentality, but when you're born on this planet or on the earth, you get a front row seat to the freak show, and when you're born in America, it's you get a ticket to the freak show, and when you're born in America, you get a front row seat. That was the line. My bad. I fucking butchered that. But yeah, Discord is just like crazy. And I'm not like I'm not better than this shit. I'm right there. I'm an admin in one of those servers. That means I'm like at least 80% fucking retarded, but yeah, you know. But my name is a different color, and I have power to mute people, so I'm better than them. I'm obviously objectively better than them. Alright, hold up. We're gonna change one thing and then scoop up this last Dragon Ball. Oh, I left this fucking tune on the back burner. The Ninja Turtles game, Shredder's Revenge. It took me a second, holy. Like the indie game that was like a spiritual successor to Turtles in Time. This is a cover of it, but like T. Lopes or Lopez, however you say it, made this for the opening level. This shit fucking goes hard, bro. Alright, I'm sorry. I'll chill. But where is that fucking Dragon Boru? Oh, I just forgot. I realized I can use the power. Oh, hello? Nani? Oh. Let's go. Finally. Yeah, tape deck, you feel it. Ridiculous. Alright, let's go shoot this dinosaur just because. Fuck you, bruh. Oh my god. I can't believe I actually hit that guy with my dog shit aim on controller. Not playing with a mouse? Guy threw a guitar solo in there. I was like, bro, hell yeah. Can't tell because it's all 8-bit right now, but that's supposed to be a guitar solo. I swear. Alright, let's turn the music back on for the actual game that I'm fucking playing. And then summon Shenron. Oh, hello. Come on. That shit just goes way too fucking hard. Wait. I might be able to actually fight Midoriya as Gohan, so I'm gonna pull him, even though I want to grab Zarbon. I feel like that's a Vegeta fight though. So we'll see. Alright. Alright, sorry, that's gotta go for a minute. Yeah. Do the thing where you make with the dragon, yes? Sick. Hold up. Sick.
I shall grant you any wish. State your wish.
By the way, we could run the classic, like traditional setup where fucking every corner of your gameplay is all cucked by the graphics and the overlay, but we do a little Smash Bros. Setup over here. Try and get that optimal screen space. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, bruh? Alright. Where the fuck is... Or, let me see. Not what I meant to do. Story list. Let me check my... Yeah, it is a Gohan fight. I called it. Fucking called it.
I think I can handle this.
Shut the fuck up, Gohan. I did not ask you how you felt about the challenge ahead. Ooh. Oh. Let's go. Remix? Sonic remix? I'd say $5, but I'm not giving anyone money for this. But 5 points in my mind, if you know what this is before it gets obvious. Actually, even still. 10 points if you get it regardless. Alright, hold up. The fucking Sonic 2 Mystic Cave? Bruh. Some things never get old, man. I'm telling you. MIDI cards for your 486S? I don't know what that is, but I'm assuming it's some kind of MIDI controller keyboard. If you have to actually use MIDI cards, that's crazy. Oh, okay. For PC. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Actually, yeah, I used to have a fucking thing built into my PC a long time ago that I don't anymore. Admittedly, I can use interfaces for that, but I'm generally really bad about actually implementing my MIDI from my hardware. I at least can use the keyboard with like a USB or whatever the fuck to activate my shit in the computer, but yeah, I'm just not very... I've got too much hardware as it is, and not enough space. Maybe one day when I have it more organized, I'll finally get some fucking physical hardware. Yeah, that's exactly it, right? It's just like everything's going through USB and does the trick. Yeah, exactly. Like the old school 80s style of MIDI. Granted, I actually have the DX7 or the DX100. Sorry, the DX100, not the 7. 7's way bigger, but the like much smaller 80s. Like it's built-in MIDI, and that sound. I'm not using it as a MIDI controller. I'm using it as like an analog synth to get that 80s Zapp and Roger like voice box. That's what I'm looking for right now. Talk box. Sorry. That fucking California love. That shit is it's right in this spot. Actually, hold up. Can I pull? Let me see if I can pull something up real quick. I should be able to. Yeah, give me 1 second. Like Peter Francis, bro. Exactly. Which, bro, whatever. I chipped like my back molar, and I was sitting there thinking like, what the fuck happened, and how did I not notice it in the first place? And I was thinking about it, and I was like, oh fuck, I I wonder if it's from running the talk box, because it vibrates the fuck out of. Hold up, can I reset this one more time? Okay. So this is not gonna be the perfect. Wait here, let me make sure I'm not like whatever gonna dox other people. They're in my fucking comment section and shit like this. And make sure I mean marginally at least fuck with this. Fuck it. That'll do. That'll do. Chill, Sonic. Chill, chill, chill. And Dragon Ball, chill. This is probably gonna be loud as fuck. Well, I guess I'll try and moderate the volume with this fucking other sidebar. Anyways, this is a little speaking of nostalgia and speaking of the DX100 and the talk box and all this shit. I was having a little fun that day, we'll just say.
The day was when it came out. Still I can't believe how well it held up now. Oh yeah. And what about that fucking soundtrack? Oh yeah.
Hey yo, I said cause
on the way to find legend. Oh yeah. Wow, wow. So long about
So as you can see, maximum fucking autism. I try and use it as a superpower for good and not for evil. It's like I got like one more of these old ridiculous. Speaking of the JooBTube, yo, hold on. There's no way I hid these old ones, right? Song of Storms on piano. It's not what I meant to do. Not what I meant to do. Sorry about that. Where's the oh my god, dude. You gotta have the glasses and the crazy eyes. I'm gonna just let this run one more time. And there's a second half of this shit. Consider it a smoke break.
Now I gotta say, show the picture on the road. Yeah, controlled by you, and it's right here in this tube, yeah. Well, I can set you free from your troubled mind, baby.
That's a throwback, straight 80s, baby. This is back before you could actually do like full-length videos on here, so makes you wanna groove. Alright. That's enough fucking blast from the past. But yo, right? That shit goes hard as fuck. I was just like, guitar? Hold on one second. Fucking, I've got a thing that makes you wanna fucking groove. Let's go. Get that tube blasting into my fucking face until my jaw's vibrating. But hey, fuck it, man. It's fucking groovy. Oh, fuck. I haven't seen that shit in way too long. The whole background. That's this apartment when I first moved here. And it is kind of fucked up to see. You see like the paint peeling from the ceiling and all this shit that I had to clean up. Oh my god. Throwback. Oh. Hey, yo. Is it internet tray? Yo. Unless I fucking butchered that. I appreciate the follow, yo. I appreciate that very, very much. After that ridiculoso shit. Oh man. Oh yeah, and I can't here, you know what? Let's see if I can do this. I'm gonna play something for y'all that I guess most of y'all didn't hear, but maybe I can do that in. Do I have my shit? Hey, and if I go like, hey. Alright. I'm gonna leave that at the top while I run some game. Oh, true, bro. Yeah. I definitely should be fucking posting my link in there. And, well, yeah. Just in general, I gotta fix a couple things, and I'll start doing that too. I appreciate that. There's that part of my brain that's like the only people checking that are the other people that are posting there. But if someone like yourself mentions it like that, that enlightens me like a motherfucker to put that shit back on routine. Alright, let's leave this over here. And go fight fucking Dodoria. Also, fix my fucking notifications, bitch. The hell? Also, I should articulate, because I probably didn't make it very fucking clear, but as a transition or segue from whatever the fuck little crazy blast from the past with me playing with the tube in my mouth. Sorry, tongue twisted myself here. This is a project from a similar time, but I fucking played everything you're hearing, and then although I need to go back and like increase the quality of transitions and shit in this, the visuals are also a collage of my autism and my gaming past. But it's this is my stream intro basically, I'll put it that way. Choose your destiny. Because there's only one way to get in the mood, man.
Mortal Kombat begin!
Oh, that's perfect time for the battle, not gonna lie. Oh, bro. Have a good one, my dude. I appreciate you coming to chill and shoot the shit. I'll catch you soon for sure. Hey, Portobello, you know what's up. If I can forget to focus on the gameplay, I can start jamming out the goddamn tune. Oh! Motherfucker. I did not see that punch coming. Round 2. Fight. Let's go. Okay, maybe not. You suck. Bitch. I was going for the Masenko and he caught me. Again! No shot, bro. Okay. Oh, but he's almost dead. Okay, hello? You good, Gohan? I got stunned from that shit. Yo, the Pickle 31. Hey, that's the, it's up in the display picture, actually. That is the #1 fucking content machine, Pickle. Welcome. Oh, I should finish him with the special move. At least one time, right? Come on, bitch. Blasted. Right in the fucking face, yo. Here, hold up. I should, just because this part is ridiculous, swap it to the larger one. The 9th gate of autism opened. More volume. I should point out, this is how fucking Dragon Ball my brain is. That even when I'm working on a Mortal Kombat cover, I'm like, you know what this needs? A Dragon Ball transition? For some fucking... It's just, I can't explain it. I just call it autism. That seems to be good enough. Sorry, I'm just doing the boring shit right now, hitting some nodes, so I figure I'll leave this in full view and where you can hear it too. Oh, enough orbs?
There are fates worse than death. Not even death can save you from me. And melody. Finish it.
People on a leaky boat are gonna save the world. Exactly.
Kept you waiting, huh?
I forgot that was going to be at the end of this. Not in general, but this time that I put it on. Yeah, Internet Trade. This is... I did everything that you're hearing and seeing right now. Obviously, the sound effects I took from fucking... the games themselves, but like, all the synths, all the guitars, all the bass, all the drums. That last thing was... actually, that's the song I was working on when I broke my ears, because I was fucking just in the zone 16 hours a day. The mix ain't perfect, and I was obviously trying to get it right before I ever really putting it out, but it's at least like the intro. Actually, there's 2 other songs. The intro is like 12.5 minutes, but I'm like a 2-viewer Andy, so I chopped it to 5 minutes in one song instead of these other couple songs. I'm gonna quickly let this play, because it's like the blueprint for one of the more recent covers I'm working on. But because fucking FF7 battle theme, that shit goes too hard. It's another one of the eternal bangers, bro. Although the issue is this is all guitars, and I'm working on it with MIDI, so it'll be like strings on, well, depending on the part, strings, horns, a more synthy bass that's like more interesting, I think. I like play around with it differently just because the instrument allows it. But I had to like figure out all the parts and get all the harmonies down and make sure that it felt like... It's so fucking... so on and so forth. Fuck that up. I tried to use my mouse wheel to turn that shit down. Anyways, this was supposed to... No. This guitars, these are all like played physically over MIDI drums with my actual 4-string bass. I need to get a 5-string, or like a good 5-string. One that doesn't sound like dog shit. But anyways, the guitars right now are all done physically. I don't use MIDI guitars because that's my main instrument, and obviously sounds like shit in MIDI. Just not whatever the right instrument for that type of approach. But I'm creating MIDI with all the other instruments because like having the yeah exactly, that'd be kind of like, hey yo, say what? That high harmony, I don't know if I had on the last one. Anyways, so I was working on this to try and get it out for when the game came out, the most recent like Rebirth, which is obviously now like fucking a month and a half, almost 2 months old. It's been out. Actually, it came out like on my birthday, or the day after. But anyways, I was working on this, which I should it'll do the thing. I was working on this, which was supposed to come out when Akira Toriyama died. I obviously haven't put out another, but soon. My mind's a little all over the place. We'll get it done, I swear. So that, just like fucking everything, got fucking put on the back burner, got on the I didn't put it out list, we'll put it that way. The fucking backlog of infinite incomplete projects that are effectively 99% of the fucking way there, but fucking whoopsie. A little ADHD here, a little perfectionism there, a little fucking doing too many things at once. Anyways. Where's the... Alright. This is like the original... Yo, have a good one, Portobello. Good to see you, brother, man. I appreciate you coming to chill and shoot the shit and hang out. Hey, yo. Growling, what's up, my man? YouTube chat's cucked and ain't working. Hold on. Let me... check that. I thought I popped up another one. I might have to thank you for letting me know that it's not. I think I might have seen just why. Oh, bro. First of all, I'm sorry I missed all those fucking messages. Let me just say that real quick. Let me pop out another fucking video. I think it's, or window. It's cause I had to restart my stream. I restarted my stream like, whatever, 2 times. I thought I did it 1 time and I didn't re-pop out the window. So I fucked that. Yeah, yo, and this is like, I need to be on this, but if you see your messages don't show up on the screen, there's a good chance I'm not seeing them. Although I should fucking, I should rearrange my visual setup so that even though I have my consolidated chat here, I can have these like in the back. Although still it wouldn't show up where I had this thing because I fucked up just, no, whatever. My bad. I fucked that shit up. I appreciate you though, popping up, chilling in general. And viewers on Kick, I was lucky enough to get a raid from Jessica today, so I owe 100% of my viewership to this man, obviously, at least today. Although there's a small handful, as much as with like fucking Twitch and YouTube, but I've got like a couple people spread out here and there. Mostly on Twitch, I would say. I think that's probably where the largest amount of my audience is, just because that's where I was streaming for the longest amount of time. Where anyone who's like been aware of that has caught on. But yeah, anyways, now that I'm like able to multi-stream, not that I waited for Twitch to change the rules. I just mean in general, now that I have it set up. And I made a new channel because I only had my music channel and then my gaming channel, and it's like, if I'm like reacting to some Jordan Peterson shit, that doesn't really fit in either of those. And then if I build off of other content like this, I don't want to build my music stuff and then I'm streaming this other shit. So I made a third YouTube channel, which is kind of annoying. I need to change the name on two of my YouTube channels. My original, like, JooBTube is just JooBTube, doesn't say JooBTube Music. I need to add music on there, like the gaming one has that, and then the one that's currently JooBTube TV can just be JooBTube, because that needs to be uniform branding with all the other ones where I'm live. So if someone checks one, they check the other. They don't have to type a different thing into each different platform. It's fucking it up, bro. But anyways, this fucking version of it was like, this is the Fall Guys victory theme, first of all. So that was like a out of left field. I was like, this is a banger, yo. I'm covering that shit. Hearing that bass line kick in, you're like, I fucking got the crown, baby. And anyways, contrasted, of course, for whatever weird reason, to this is like a chronological adventure through my physical game collection. So, anyways, we're at the Super Nintendo era. Oh, and I think you're about to hear the transition into the Bowser theme from Super Mario Party 1 and 2. Let's go. I'm gonna hit up. Oh! I, like most people, usually hate to watch my own shit, and more than that, hate to stroke my own dick, but I was so satisfied when that little transition fucking came together to try and make these two things. I was like, I'm not a DJ, I don't beat mad shit, I don't know what's happening, but if I could just hit the fucking Game Boy sound, and then boom, let's go into this absolute banger. I heard a cover of this song on YouTube, and I was like, oh, I'm covering it too. This is way too fucking good. No way, dude. Why is Mario Party Bowser music? Why does it go this hard? It's not fair. Or reasonable at all. Alright. We're getting one bowl in, because at this point I've just been chilling, yapping, and you know how it is. I'll smoke one more. They don't call it an addiction for nothing, you know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, and I will admit, as retarded as it is, I kind of hate that now that I've shortened the intro, because it's like only the Mortal Kombat ending section. The Chrono Trigger into Zelda section, which is coming up in a second, which actually is when the beat drops. Hold on, can I turn this up more? Yeah, mind your ears if you don't want to hear it too loud, but I need the section at least there. Oh, pass me, bro. What a fucking retard. Bro, that riff goes so fucking hard. I don't give a shit what anyone says. If you disagree, you're just wrong. You're just wrong and have terrible taste in music. But this, until whatever the fuck, the end of the song even. That's killing me. forgot about all this shit too. Whatever, I won't yap about it and break it down, but I forgot about all this shit. This one I actually don't get to see every time I restart the screen. Not like the rest, which is burned in, but trying to fucking line the combat up to the music and shit. Good times, man. Good times. Oh, what the fuck? I miss. It's like songs that fall out of my daily routine, and then you come back to them however long later, and it's like, oh yeah. Alright, we already did the Mortal Kombat section of that, so I'll fucking cut that shit. And I may, at least for now, have exhausted how much of my self-indulgent bullshit that I should lean into. Maybe a little, Nah, we don't gotta do the fucking... Oh. Hold up. That didn't work as I had planned. Video version? Hello? Or not, you know, maybe you just don't, There we go. Sorry. I'm a little fucking retarded, Joe. This shit. I should have hit the fucking publish button a year ago on this thing. But it's like a shortened version. Slightly different mix of things. It's meant to be like a story trailer remake with the proper fucking... with the proper music behind it, you know? With the right energy.
Let Mortal Kombat begin!
Those are $500 sunglasses, asshole. Friendship again. It has begun. There are fates worse than death.
You have chosen to defy peace.
You have chosen war with a god and a melody. Finish it. Fatality. Mortal men and women defending your own world. In a tournament called Mortal Kombat.
A handful of people on a leaky boat are gonna save the world.
Oh yeah, hold up. Next. I'll just let the end play for one more second. Because it obnoxiously goes into a little one more time. I was gonna make a version where that over, and then I was like, one version's enough, and then I didn't even fucking publish that one. Like a boss, bro, like an absolute fucking boss. Okay, let's go back to some fucking classic tunes, shall we? Not Zelda. Final Fantasy. Maybe a little fucking Marvel vs. Capcom will do. Bitch. Oh, okay, fine. Come on. Get over here. Just bonk him. Just bonk him. Alright. He's done. He's done. I guess we gotta go back to Chi-Chi. Wrong button. Do I want to do one more cycle? Fuck it. Fuck it. Dragon Balls are ready. I guess that's because I fucking played the music for so long. We can at least summon Zarbon, and then we actually have everything done that I wanted to do. I don't know why I'm feeling like there's any rush anyways. Come on. Aside from getting to play other games. Fuck it. Alright, alright. Nope. There we go. There we go. Oh man. Catch myself sitting like Dan on the podcast, just fucking Fibonacci sequence. Hey yo. Chill on the flight, my dude. How far? Alright. Further north? Or whatever. Higher? Yeah. Next to the tree. Let's go. So fucking bright, dude. Holy shit. Chill with the fucking fade to white transition. Can't handle that. Keep in mind that this is on infinite loop mode, so, well, not infinite, but 10 minutes is quite a bit. It's not the song I meant to click, but that's okay. We'll leave it on first. What the fucking camera? Okay. Let's fight. Come on. Get got, dude. Both of them at the same time? Yeah. didn't know it was gonna be down here. I was just kind of taking a leap of faith. I mean, I knew on the map it was close, but I didn't see it before I took that chance. That's all. Oh, is there another Dragon Ball in the same area? What the fuck go on? Oh, I got sucked into one of those windpipe things. Or, not windpipe. I mean, like, kind of, but that's not the word I'm looking for. It's not the word I'm looking for. Jetstream, Jesus Christ, brain. There it is. Yep, we've hit that hour. I don't know if I've smoked too much or not enough, but that's okay. All the way to the bottom, yeah. Yep. Come on, if you're gonna fight me, just, be in front of me, and then let's do that, where, you know, you explode when I fly through you. Do you... You don't have a quest, do you? Just talking shit? Oh, okay. What the... Hello? Go on? What the fuck was that? Oh. This many hours into this game, and instead of just going up and stopping, I now know that I can... Well, I guess, and also instead of this, where if I'm like running and I get the jump, from this I can shoot into this, but I could just hold Y and it fucking auto goes forward. Oh man, that shit goes so hard. Alright. Well, learn something new every day, I guess. Fucking... Holy frame lag, you bitch. Oh, I thought he was gonna die way faster than that. Come on. Can't even reach me. Stop acting like it's a threat. You weak, pathetic fool. Give me your loot. Give me the meat. No homo. Or like, maybe a little. No homo, I'll die no. That's what I mean. Okay. Who wants some of this? What in the camera? Glitch got him. I'll take the EXP to go, please. Thank you. What about you? Bitch, where you at? Get fucking... Oh, man. Ah, you fucking... Okay, you just disappeared. Got him. Your mom's a hoe. Woo. Kept a D-metal on the way. Apparently we need those. Apparently, I couldn't even fully train up Vegeta. Which, we don't like that. That means I'm all fucked on resources when I get Goku back. And just in general, like, come on. I need everybody to have every skill. What the fuck do you want? I will kill you and all of your friends. Oh my god, I don't have the key. Spoke too soon. Bitch. Miss me with that laser beam. Bonk. Blasted. Oh shit. Ah, he just sidestepped me. Oh, but he sidestepped back into it. What an idiot. Oh, sorry. Gotta dodge that and then this. Let's go. Bro. Fucking Nobuo is such a ridiculous composer. It's kind of stupid. If you could not write all the badass tunes and leave some for me, that'd be cool. That'd be fucking cool. Ah. That's the point I was gonna make someone earlier, but it basically came across. Fuck it. It's one of those, like, 2 hours later, you just remember a fucking half a thought that the point was made regardless. It's okay. It's not important. stuck on a tree. Hello? Okay, hold up. Yeah, it was right there. Oh, this guy's about to come fuck me in the ass. Or not? I was seeing the arrow like he was sneaking up behind me. Okay. Oh, is it on top of the tree? Something is. How the fuck did they get cars up here? What the hell? What kind of resource placement is that shit? Hey, Gohan, you good? Can we get a better vantage point to find this fucking Dragon Ball? It's cancerously in the Great Deku Tree somehow? Oh. I think I found it. Bitch, let me get the fucking orb. Yeah. There we go. This we goes. Increased loot, eh? Oh damn, I still needed like 4 of them. Maybe 3. Still. Whatever, I guess I've done 2 cycles of it. At least tonight. And a bunch of training. Make with the loading, what the hell? Hurry the fuck up. Hold on one sec. This is pissing me off. Either having that shit fucked up, or also just kind of having it there with nothing queued to it, because otherwise I might as well be on different overlay, you know? Alright. I guess technically I was halfway through this, I think, when y'all popped in. Bitch. One more. I see him right there. Oh. Oh, what the fuck? I not see one more of them coming. 1 second, I'm gonna check real quick. Yeah, I was just kind of talking about it a minute ago. It would probably be wise for me to put that over here, just in case. Alright. I need 5 monitors, yo. Fuck this. It's never enough real estate. I'm sure there's a more efficient workaround, but for now this will have to do. Alright. There we go. The whole fucking playlist thing got all janked up. Okay. Miss me. What the fuck is that? Oh, it's just him hitting the wall. Oh, bitch. Who the fuck do you think you are? Are you kidding me? Oh, cool. It switched targets because I killed the guy on the first hit. I didn't think that was going to connect with the opportunity to follow up, but hell yeah. Come on, come on. Hello? Fucking rocks, bro. Fucking rocks, bro. Alright. Map time. Oh, wait. Is there another one in this area? Hell yeah. Man, this camera's fucking up hard. I just like to fly backwards sometimes. It just looks cool. Alright, once I... Oh! Sick. I'm gonna get a little... I'm trying to get a little balance here. Turn this shit down. And continue with this fucking Asmon / Darth microtransaction video. It's fucking 3 pieces of media at one time. That's how we do it.
People are unironically listening to this, and I'm pretty sure the original...
Oh. And the premise, if you haven't caught on, people making AI Diablo 4 bad music. I'm not trying to hear it right now, but...
I can find is actually this one, which I
just fucking had a brain blast for the Deckard Cain rap song, which is official on the old Diablo 2 soundtrack, but I'll pull it up another time.
It's all from Quinn's channel here.
People get...
Alright, I can appreciate the fucking visual of this, but I'm also not trying to listen to the AI music. Yo, how you doing, Sirius? Good to see you, brother, man. Nice to see my Twitch chat isn't broken like my YouTube was. Oof. But yeah, what's shaking, man? How you doing? How's life treating you?
So you see what I mean? It's kind of evolved beyond just like the game. Like people are just making memes out of it.
This is so fucking ridiculous.
Oh, it's been...
This is so fucking ridiculous. I bet
what
the people that work
Oh, it's like
Diablo
right as I started the fucking whatever, speed flying.
I bet they do.
I didn't expect it.
They see this and they're like, hey, they brought out a new one.
Country's flooded, stuck inside. That's kind of fucked up.
There's even some there's some
I hope yourself and your family, I assume you're okay because you're here, but like I hope, you know, like your loved ones in general aren't. Actually, even still, you're probably having a pain in the ass of an experience right now. That's like, what level of flooding are we talking about? More advances than this night on. It was like early's. A percentage of COVID was
Jesus Christ.
I got a lot of that time to myself. Let's go, baby.
That's pretty good.
This ain't so bad after all.
It's impressive.
But,
it is. I am amazed.
Yeah, right on.
Down
I guess
below,
fuck it then.
It's
It's gaming time.
And just listen to some of these songs. They're pretty funny. Some of them are quite
it was good.
It's a good laugh.
Fucking
However, you can
gamer
waste 2 minutes
time,
watching.
bro.
I just wanted to highlight that. Now, I want to talk about Conundrum.
Conundrum?
Which I'm going to put the power on your guys'
Diablo
and
Conundrum.
Also a little bit of an apology here. So over the last 30 days, if you look on the channel, you're going to realize I've uploaded about half as many videos as I normally do. Normally
Hold
I'm
on.
doing like
I don't need the one next to this.
videos a day, but
It's a
I'm
bit
doing
of
like
a...
one video every other day, maybe one every 3 to 4 days on the
Respectfully, I don't care what your upload count is. Busy. Busy playing Dragon Ball, sir.
Committing one of these or to seeing what's in there for. We want to make sure that we test them all and figure out the one we want, but it's impractical because it's taking...
I mean, yeah, bro's trying to like find his footing again because the game he blew up on died immediately. Not to say he hasn't still gotten views, but like looking for direction and, you know, the next good content machine or like a thing to make content about.
So those stipulations that I've been recommending on the live stream so far is like Guild Wars 2 and New World, and both of these are something that we haven't played like a ton of, so these would be new. If you recommend one or the other of these, maybe you want to check it out. Other than that, the top most uploaded
okay.
video will be the one.
Probably up here?
I'm sorry, I haven't uploaded as many videos. I know
There's nothing going on. Like, nothing's happened. Of course you haven't uploaded it. There's nothing happening.
Yeah, it's like...
Yeah, it's the way it is.
You know, it's fine.
Watch, but I'm kind of just having fun gaming.
Don't really give a shit.
Yeah.
Just having fun.
I don't really want to, like, put these random
How
videos
dare
in,
you,
like,
bro?
for 2 hours up on the channel and spam your notifications.
Guy's
Sometimes
enjoying his
you know,
life
for the
instead
next
of
JRPG
pumping
season
out
launch right now,
content.
Exile on stream, you can catch me.
If he wants good content, I think something that's like really good to do
the point
are,
of
like, short
depression.
one-shot games. Like, the only thing is that you can't play that with like another person. But like, for example, I mean, I guess you could try Pal World. Like, it's kind of like not hype anymore. But like trying games like
Yeah.
Death Must Die or Coffin of Andean lately.
Actually,
you know, like really short games like
did I
that.
buy it or wishlist it? I don't
Follow
know, but
Akira.
I was looking for that
I don't
one.
know, there's probably other ones
Death
too,
Must
like
Die.
Monster Hunter's like
Oh yeah,
a-
Have a Nice Death.
But,
I
like, in general,
purchased
Undertale, yeah,
already.
I just like playing Undertale.
Although I haven't played it
Games
yet.
like that are really good for stream.
It's like I
because
got
they're
so many
usually, like, very
roguelites, or just
short.
games in
And
general
so
that are
you can
fucking
play a game like
backlogged.
that, and you don't have to be like, you play it for a couple of hours, well, you're already halfway done with the game at that point. So you can make a video of that, and that's it.
But now, if you want, but May 14th is when we got the new Diablo 4 Season
Yeah.
4. I think I'm gonna go really
Also, forgive me. I know I shouldn't try and like yap over a video, especially that's on like 2x, so you have that clash of sound. And just like hoping that the volume difference does it for you. My bad, my bad. A bit much, a bit much. Can we hit him with that? Yeah, okay. Let's see what he's
really hard
saying.
back into Diablo 4 with optimization changes. Do everything there is to do in the game, multiple classes. See how I feel about it.
I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna play the new Diablo Season 2, but I'm not gonna probably do multiple classes. I'm just gonna do one character.
Pre-review the game.
Sorceress Run.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's my plans going forward. Appreciate y'all.
There it
See you
is.
on the next video or on the live.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like
There are 3 different.
I feel like Diablo
I mean,
4, it's like it's kind of gotten crazy.
To be fair, I'm pretty sure DM does microtransactions. He plays hardcore mode, so even making 3 characters, like it could be 3 deaths in total. And he might swap classes or whatever, but I don't know if he's gonna like actually play 3 characters all the way to the end. But again, if he's enjoying it and the content's like hitting, I don't see why he wouldn't just grind and
how
enjoy
much
it.
people are circle jerking about the game being bad. Like, let me look and see what I said last time. Asmongold, Diablo 4. Diablo 4 is so much better now. Is this the video?
Bro,
Yeah,
I'm
it's like-
at
it's
the
like
Dragon
Diablo 4
Ball.
save.
Why you gotta
Yeah, this
fucking
is Blizzard Last Chance. And
bitch
anytime you're
ass.
suffering, enter this video and look at Joe Shelley's face.
The most tired guy on the dev team.
Like, guys, who made the game closer to what should have launched. I feel like a lot of
That's
people
so
are still
fucking
kind of
funny.
negative about the game, and that's just what's going to keep happening, I would say. I don't think.
Wait, are we pretending
that.
it's good now?
Too. That was a good one. And I think that it becomes like a meta where like the game is just bad, and people have already.
To be clear, because he said earlier in the video it's gonna take like a year for the reputation of this game to be fixed. I don't think it's bad because of the reputation and like, oh, I just don't think I've seen that they've added an oh. To be fair, I saw that they've made big changes recently. I'm just not a huge fan of most of the changes because it's like the D3ification even further of a game that was already too much like Diablo 3. So I'm not convinced it's going to make the game good, but I'm open to it.
Already made up their mind that the game is bad, so you can't talk about the game being good because people have already decided something. And like, it's not really a good thing that that happens, but it certainly does happen. And it happens almost with every game. It's like as soon as people
the
have
remake
decided,
version.
oh, we don't like this anymore, that's it, it's over. Is mostly your audience look at Rax talking about Diablo 4? Well, yeah, but it's also like, it's also like the Reddit. I mean, like the Reddit isn't all my audience.
Oh, I got
there's a lot of
fucking
things that are
side
besides this.
shot.
Bad radio, Blizzard v. Blizzard, something like that, yeah.
You
I mean,
bitch.
Final Fantasy 14, probably the best couple friendly games that you can marry.
From an
Have a pretty
assist
good
bot
offense,
too,
like,
or
if
a
you want
tag
to
bot,
pursue
whatever.
somebody else.
Wasn't
It's
even
not
a
really
real.
much the same
Well,
shit.
they're
Yeah,
all
yeah,
bots,
it's mostly
but you know what I'm
I
saying.
feel like it's
The little pod thing.
It's mostly positive now. Like, I haven't
Come
looked at
on,
the
come
so maybe it
on.
is. But either way, I'm just
Oh
saying,
yeah.
like, I feel like it's
Where's
gonna be
my
really hard for
fucking?
Blizzard to change people's perception of
This guy took me so
Diablo.
far away
It
from
is.
my
It's gonna be
goddamn
fucking hard. And I
objective.
hope it happens though, because I do want to see the game get better.
Oh no! Apparently I'm dumb and it was over, way down here. Who's coming at me? Holy shit! There's too many fucking enemies here. Hold up. This is actually something else that I had in mind and I didn't crack open. Hour and a half? What time is it right now? Only 4? Jeez, man. Hey, yo, Tape Tag. I appreciate the fucking Insta follow, too. I don't know if you're still around right now, actually, but I see that now. However, much later. Much love,
The
yo.
official podcast of the world famous comedy seller coming out to on Sirius XM 99 Rock Comedy. Also available as a podcast and on
Yeah.
YouTube for that multimedia
I had a feeling
audio
this was
and visual
on 1.75. My bad, my bad.
I'm Dan Natterman, comedy seller regular, not as regular as I used to be. Oddly.
I'll do 1.25x for now, which seems okay. That'll make it a little bit faster, too, but either way. And we'll see what happens when I get to Chi-Chi, because it progresses the story and then it's a bunch of dialogue and cutscenes, And obviously I'll pause this at that point, but so it is what it is. We're gonna juggle the content here, okay?
That's how it goes, I suppose. I'm here with Gnome Dwarman.
Oh. I thought he was calling Destiny a gnome for a second, and I was like, no fucking shot. He's opening with, I'm here with Gnomestiny Borelli. Holy fuck.
You should have done that gig at Rodney.
He's the owner, the proprietor of the Comedy Cellar. The Comedy Cellar, by the way, is adding a new room on the corner of West 3rd and 6th Avenue. Coming 2025.
Excuse me, did you just...
more precise date than that. I noticed there's no more advertising.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. I guess they
what in the mist?
I gotta find out. That's
I noticed that today.
Gnome was putting ads on the building, which helped defray some of the cost of carrying the building during the construction phase. And anyway, by the way, I'm doing a cruise, and they're putting me.
I wonder who's behind that, because that's
the Marriott Courtyard in Nassau, Bahamas.
Strange, and also just the way that he brought that up was kind of.
At Princess Cruises, and decided that I deserve a better accommodation.
The last one wasn't the Bahamas, was it?
It was Jamaica.
Jamaica.
So maybe there was just less of a.
Hold up! What the fuck is happening with
Bahamas
this?
is nicer, right?
False. There are gorgeous hotels in Jamaica. I've stayed in them.
But are there Marriott Courtyards? Are there mid-level hotels? They're not going to put me up at a gorgeous hotel. So
they
have to put me up at
they have the Rosewood, Rose something. Yes.
Same cruise line?
Yeah, same cruise line.
Oh, wow. So they bumped you up, the same cruise line?
I don't know. I mean, it may just well be that for whatever reason in Nassau, Bahamas.
Maybe they're out of rooms.
I don't know. But I'm getting a Courtyard this time instead of what I got last time.
We'll go with the bombing mission.
Well, Motel 6 might have been a step up from what that was. But anyhow, well, I had another thing. I wanted to know.
Yeah,
I really
hold
should
up.
write this shit down.
Respectfully, I'm gonna.
I wanted to
see how long he goes before. The person who I clicked on the video for appears in the video. Okay, is it 15 minutes? Is he walking the room, or is he there the
We're
whole time?
talking about downright nasty.
All right, well,
our guest is
right
here.
on cue. We have Steve Bunnell here, Destiny, who has his own take on Norman Finkelstein.
Well, let me just
We've been talking about
let me
Norman.
just briefly introduce.
Oh, he
because,
does just walk in.
Hello, sir.
That's what I do, and just don't deprive me of my kind of moment in the
Dan, say hi. Say hi.
Hello. How do you do?
Address the
we have
guest.
with us in studio.
Mr.
Which
Borelli.
is a good thing because we do a lot of stuff via teleconferencing, but I think it's better to be in person.
Sure.
We have with us Steve Bunnell II,
Hey, how's it going?
better known as Destiny, a
The
prominent political
second.
commentator and content creator, known for his debating and provocative takes on various issues. Should we call you Destiny, or I guess we should call you Steven?
I got my start in pro gaming, and Destiny's my gamer name.
Okay.
I tried to slowly transition.
Have you read the book Tomorrow? It's the book about
Edging
gamers.
towards
I'm
human
slogging to
name.
get through it, but
Well,
when I start a book, I kind of sort
black
of
women, but
can't
you know.
not finish it, so it's taking some doing. But anyway, that's neither here nor
By the
there.
way, you did something very interesting just now.
Yeah?
Before we even get to anything.
A
You were trying to
normative
determine which
male
side
name,
of
we'll
the
put it that
headphones was
way.
left and which side was right.
Yeah.
Which is really, first of all, no guest has ever done that before. Second of all, it's just a single microphone. And
The cable always goes into the left headphone, so you never have to like check and be like, unless you get some crazy fucking headphones where you can like plug it into both sides, which is like cool as a backup or whatever. But it's the cable that fucks up, not usually the input. Not usually the input. It happens, but anyways, 99.99% of the time, I would even argue potentially 100, aside from where you can plug it into both, or it's automatically like hardwired into both, obviously. If it's one, it's on the left side. So if you're looking for like little L's and R, just pop the left side on, or the cable side on your left side, and you're good to go.
And then you're a sophisticated guy, so it's a little almost OCD-ish, right?
Although
like,
it's funny the level of analysis where it's just like, yes, he's the only individual of all time who's ever questioned which side of the headphones. Does it really matter? It's mono, it's just voices. There's no music, there's no mix, there's nothing to coordinate in the spatial fucking surroundings. He must be on another level the way he thinks about things. That's just fucking...
They go on the left and right. If you put it on wrong, it's probably going to feel uncomfortable. And then I don't know if I'm going to have to commit to the bit of it being on incorrectly or if I'm going to flip it again.
No, why would it be uncomfortable?
Well, because usually...
Yeah, they fucking... Yeah, they just sit
fucked. It'll actually feel wrong.
Is that true?
Yeah.
I didn't even... But isn't your head... Like, how would it be?
Yeah, they don't...
How would it be left?
Try it.
Your head's not like
a
box.
Well, I don't know if I had them on right.
Well, also the wire is now across your neck.
Well, that's right. That's depending on which side you're sitting on. Anyway, I thought it was really just because being a gamer and everything. I think it's just like it's like a gamer thing. Anyway, okay. So listen. First, should we start with Norman Fink?
The level of boomerism off the top is just... This guy checked to see which side was left and right. This must be some sort of gaming phenomenon.
Finkelstein.
We can, but I kind of want to hear what's the difference between normal love and gamer love.
Oh,
I'm just curious.
The guy said gamers falling in love.
Yeah, but what is that?
Well, exactly. I mean, I haven't finished the book yet. It's like it's a love story,
Nerds,
but against the backdrop of gaming.
Did they like meet in the game or?
They work on a game together. They create a game together. The game becomes successful, and
It Takes Two.
And I haven't finished the book, but it's a love story set in the back, and the backdrop is gaming.
Gotcha.
So
all right.
I'm not finding it particularly riveting, but it's too late now. I started, and I don't generally.
Just like I need a modern demographic. Who can I target?
So listen, you have an amazing
Nerds.
life story, first of all, that led you to the height of fame debating Norman Finkelstein.
Yeah.
Actually, true.
Actually, let's go over it a little bit. So you grew up kind of poor and a broken home and.
I would say that dramatic.
Let's go.
I grew up, I would say, solidly middle to upper middle class up until I was around like 12 or 13. And then my parents, for a whole bunch of dumb reasons, or maybe not dumb reasons, quit their job. And then we had a whole bunch of problems for the next few years. And then.
What's this? When he's a preteen, his mother's home, business collapsed, his family's home was foreclosed.
Yeah, that's dramatic. Well, so I can go as deep as you want me to. My mom did a family home daycare where it was anywhere from 10 to 14 kids, 24/7, watching in the house. I think when I was like 11, 12, or 13, at some age here, around 12, there was a kid apparently that was like pulling pants down of girls or whatever. These kids are like 4 or 5 years old. My mom told the parents, she's like, hey, your kid's doing this, make sure they don't do it in the future. I don't know what's going on. And those parents apparently reported my mom to CPS, which she said, oh, she's touching the children. And CPS came and they did a whole 2-week investigation and all that, and everything was fine. But my mom was so stressed after, she's like, I'm not going to lose my kids. And so she just.
Hold on. People pedo jacket in real life too? This is not just Twitter behavior?
Completely quit the daycare. And
That's
then,
crazy, bro.
My parents I love them to death, but they're very much, have you ever heard of the term lifestyle creep? You make a little bit of money, you spend a little bit, you make a little bit, you spend a little bit, and then all of I think 4 months our house got foreclosed because they had all the equity out on HELOCs, some equity line of credit.
Dude.
Cars got repoed, sometimes with us in them. It was very awkward, and then we kind of bounced around from some houses, and then eventually they kind of moved to Florida.
With us in them is hilarious.
Child Protective Services, they are.
Excuse me,
horrible.
get out. We're
When
taking this.
It's good. But they ruin a lot of people's lives, and they come in with a very heavy hand. I have my own ridiculous story about Child Protective Services.
Hey, yo, Artful Dodger. What's shaking? The fucking that Goku face, bro. It's classic. It's classic.
But I mean, I guess I can't really tell the story. But anyway,
actually, that reminds me. I need to.
I said you come back.
Pop up my art pad to work on a few more thumbnails, or not thumbnails. Jesus Christ, that too, but emotes.
I don't think you have any right to do that.
The quality on that picture was
I
like
didn't know you were allowed to get them out of
yes, most people don't
really
know.
shitty and blurry, like low resolution. Wherever I got the screenshot from,
Do they have to get a warrant? What is
drew over it. Give it a little density, you know. But
maybe they are. Or
it's exactly
so many things I had backlogged behind all these little.
We saw that you didn't do this, and you ignored.
Oh yeah, I guess I have a lot of them on Kick because I just like uploaded my face and. There's a lot of free slots, which is amazing. Twitch makes you earn them kicks like fuck it. You got 50 free slots. Do whatever you want, bro.
Forgive them a little bit for being
upload everything
on that account.
When you put it that way, yes, but I hear enough stories like this. They're not few and far between of them unchecked.
To be fair, you're not going to hear any bad stories. Like, thank God CPS took my kids from me 10 years ago, and they needed to get out of that environment because I was beating the shit out of it, right? Like, so, I mean, you're probably not going to get the good ones, but I understand. Yeah, it's a scary, terrifying thing as a parent, and you don't know what your rights are all the time.
That's exactly it. The police, you know, there are consequences. They're right. The right Child Protective Services show up, and let me also say, it's not the most erudite, well-trained. It's like a government job. You know.
Hey, is this the first guy to ever use erudite in a sentence? Wait, what the fuck? No shot. I mean, first person to use it since I've heard of a person using it as the fucking brand name, obviously. But
right, Child Protective Services show up, and let me also say, it's not the most erudite, well-trained.
And he says erudite as well. Seems he is well-read and cultured. Yes, quite.
It's a step above from what I saw. Motor vehicles or something. It's not a sophisticated.
Oh, I walked into that too. What an idiot.
And that's scary to know that a very unsophisticated person can have such a possibly have influence over your relationship with your child, and you don't even know what your rights are. But I don't want to cast aspersions at the whole idea of protecting children, of course.
No, but there are plenty of stories where children have been removed from their parents, which should
wrongfully
cases of abuse, of course, yes.
Yeah.
There was a famous story not that long ago about those kids. They had pictures of their kids like playing in the bath that were developed at like Walmart or something. totally innocent pictures of like kids playing in a bathroom. And Child Protective Services came, and somehow these children who were not being abused got removed.
Oh, I thought it was
into,
like,
you know, foster care or who knows what. I made that part
a
up.
window into some porn or yeah, like child stuff.
That's about it. Most people make shit up and they don't.
Anyway,
Yeah, like most people do debate.
I don't think we want to spend a whole hour on Child Protective Services.
Okay, so then you
not litigate that one.
Then you moved on and you became an online gamer.
Kind of, yeah, but with a couple bumps in the road, but for the most part.
This is quite an interesting American story. So
from 16 to 18, I lived with my grandma in like a retirement senior citizen apartment facility.
A very modern story, frankly.
My mom's mom, her mom, my grandma. And in Nebraska, I finished high school.
Were you a good student?
No, I was kind of smart, but I was very, very lazy when it comes to schoolwork and horrible.
But you knew you were smart. You just
relatable.
Yeah, we can go with that one. I think as of recently, I think like 7 or 8 months ago, I finally got a formal diagnosis for ADHD, and I've been on medication for that. It's like changed my entire
Wait, can I
life.
just?
I think if I would have had this in high school,
Can I just say one sec? I need to check. The focus on this camera is killing me right now. Like absolutely. As much as I'm like autism texting to fucking Lycan in the non-regard chat and just Discord, just being like, oh, if you can move because the focus on the camera that was like faced at Dan or at JJ and like the guest side is like perfect, I think, or like effectively perfect. But the one on the opposite side is like a foot too shallow, and if the focus is just a foot deeper, you can tell because if you look at the microphone itself is way more in focus on the side that Destiny's on. I want to call it the host side just because like one Erudite's there as well. Obviously they're both on that side. But anyways, this is horrendous. Whatever the fuck is happening with the focus on this camera, it's just
been a way different story.
This is not it, Chief.
Right,
all right.
Forcing me to do homework was agony. I couldn't. I would like cry and scream, and it's not even because it was hard. I just hated sitting and doing something like that. It was agony.
So the Adderall.
Relatable. It's like, motherfucker, I just did 8 hours of school. Suck my dick. I'm not doing this shit for another 5 hours or whatever the fuck it's supposed to be for all these different subjects and how much time you're supposed to get. I'm trying to play video games. I'm trying to sit on my ass, watch Spider-Man, Batman, Ninja Turtles. I had no time. Or just run Warcraft 3 and Diablo 2. Magic finding Mephisto runs all day. Can't be doing algebra and shit for things I wasn't going to use later. If you taught me my taxes, maybe I would have at least paid attention and been like, damn, I need to know this. But everything else, that's just so I can debate on Twitch. Jesus Christ. What was the point? Also, I just realized I had this thing all kinds of fucked up.
Unironically, well, it got me into Norm Finkelstein debate.
There we go.
Yeah, actually though, so I did that for a while.
Let's see if I can.
I graduated high school. I went to college.
No, that'll
music.
cover
I
the top of his head.
Kind of doing customer service at a diner basically, and eventually I had to quit school because I was working too much, and then eventually I lost that job, and then I for 6 months I was kind of aimless, and then I started doing this like online streaming thing. I got a job cleaning carpets for about a year.
Are you a good musician? Can I get the guitars out? We can play together.
I can kind of play piano a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Let me go. Yeah, I'll say that much. I went to school for saxophone.
Yo,
so unless you got one of those.
He does need to take the power of Vyvanse and the Stratocaster that's been chilling in the back next to his saxophone and apply that Wikipedia focus to fucking learning the guitar. It'll be incredible, bro. I'm telling you. In no time. In fucking no time. Okay.
Those here.
Okay.
Yeah.
No.
I'm safe. All right.
Oh, wait. 1 sec. Just pause this. Unmute this and crack a fucking Ayo Zarbon. Jesus fuck, that's loud. Rise, Shenron! 5 times, eh?
I shall grant
The
you
white light
any
in my eyes, bro.
State your wish.
Burning the retinas. I already stated my wish. There you go. I'm assuming. Let's see. Also, let me turn this shit down. Okay. Get all this stuff back in order. Shit. Shinra there, this there.
Yeah, but then I started doing a carpet cleaning job.
Mute, actually.
And then towards the end of that job, I was like streaming and playing StarCraft, the game that I kind of went pro in.
Dragon Balls are dead for now.
I realized like if I played and streamed for about as much as I did the carpet cleaning job, I'd make about the same amount of money because the carpet cleaning money was horrible. I maybe making $1,500 a month, maybe $2,000 a month.
Pissing them and stuff, right?
It was just the way the jobs were scheduled. Like you'd have one job from like 8 to 9, and then one job from like 12 to 1, and then one job from like 5 to 6, and they'd all be like you get paid $16, $15 for each of these. And it was just horrible scheduling everything. And yeah, I started streaming, and I've been doing that for about 15 years.
Well, you can make you in other words, you film yourself playing a game.
Yeah, there'd be like a camera on your computer, and then you talk to the audience. You play games, they watch you play. Hopefully, you're funny.
Okay, well that's what no, your kids can't get enough of that, or at least one of your kids.
Yeah. So now you got in trouble for making ornery and offensive comments to your fellow gamers.
I wouldn't say I got in trouble for it, but I was definitely an edgier person.
Now, what's the culture? Like, how far could it, because it's kind of expected.
Insulting the fellow gamers, man.
Hitler blush for the type of stuff we said online to each other. It was wild. It was just the most depraved, horrible, insane, crazy, like detailed descriptions. They're going to kill the other person's family. Like, just it was the most off the wall subject.
So how do you distinguish yourself?
I like that the chick. That's amazing that they just laughed at that out loud too. Respect. Abso-fucking-lutely. That is an accurate description of the OG StarCraft days. Where it's like, I'm gonna fucking this and that. Your whole fucking family. I hope you all fucking go through this or whatever. I'm like super censoring what I would normally say. Obviously, I'm talking 20 years ago, and I'm like, maybe 25 years ago even. Holy shit, I'm old, but we were vulgar in a way that I didn't even understand. And then I said some of that shit to my brother in the house, like at the dinner table, and my parents were like, "Don't you ever?" It's like, oh, my bad, bro. It was an accident. I swear. Guess I won't do that to my brother.
In that atmosphere, as being somebody who needs to be disciplined.
It'd be funny and quick.
We got thick skin now. I'll put it that way.
Basically, yeah. I guess in a way, it's not to compare any of my profession to yours, but I kind of imagine like an insult comic. Like people are watching you see like what's the funniest way that I had a sponsorship from Dallas Shave Club, and I used to link my sponsored link at the end of streams and tell people would, just like crazy stuff like that. It would be like that kind of stuff that people would watch for initially. Yeah.
Do you remember what you said, or can you tell us what when you finally crossed the line? And
I don't know if I. I mean, there have been a couple times where I've kind of gotten like smacked on the wrist, but I think that the major step back I started doing, I think it was in 2013. I was living in Poland for a few months in like a gamer house basically, and there were
Poland.
There were other people there, and I heard somebody use the if I say F slur, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yes, the one.
Yeah, maggots. Yeah, whatever that one. Yeah, I heard somebody say that, and they were talking about a gay person.
The one for the gays.
Said it, I was like, ooh, this guy's like actually homophobic. And so I felt like really weird. I would never say that word. This was like the gamer word that everybody in my community, we always said this, which is part of what it was. But I didn't want to say it around him anymore because it felt really weird. And it took me about a week, and then I realized, well, fuck, how many people are listening to me where if I say certain things, they think that there's like some camaraderie there on like supporting or affirming that viewpoint. And I started to look a little bit more critically at like, well, what are the jokes I tell? What's the language I use? And like, I want to make sure that when I say and do things,
you have the
it's very
Chappelle
clear
moment,
why
yeah.
it's funny or where I'm standing at in terms of these things. And it's funny because I think a lot of comedians have had similar things. Chappelle tells his story about like getting the wrong kind of laugh. Chris Rock, there's a very famous skit that he is known for that I think he kind of regrets doing now because he's
the black people versus.
Yeah. Yeah,
and that he might regret it, but that. I mean, that I think as much as anything put him over the top.
It did, yeah. But I think at some point, like when I go back to the internet like 20 years ago, and you're saying horrible, racist, just depraved things, it's funny because it's so bad, and everybody knows it's so bad. That's why it's funny. But it's different when you're in a community, and it's funny because there's like a tinge of truth to it. Like, yeah, there really is. Like, yeah, like you're speaking truth. And I was like, I don't want to make those jokes for those people because that's not what I feel.
I've had that same experience where everybody's joking, all of a sudden say, wait a second, I think he means that.
Yeah. And then it doesn't feel. Everything changes at that point. It's like, oh no, it doesn't feel good anymore.
The fuck is the matter with you? That's so funny.
He probably stands by what he said, but he doesn't like the fact that white people are here.
Yeah, the wrong people.
Not just white people, but certain kinds of white people, certain kinds of people.
Yeah.
And then it says,
the haters, basically. Actual haters.
I didn't intend to do this. It's just today I was kind of reviewing your Wikipedia. I'm like, this is a fucking interesting dude. March 2022, Bonnell was indefinitely banned from Twitch due to hateful conduct.
See? Now people are reading his Wikipedia. It's super fucking valid source of research, baby.
Bonnell's streaming with white nationalist Nick Fuentes, Dave Smith's friend, who had previously been banned from the platform.
No, I'd done debates with that guy in the past. I got banned for, it was related to, there was a whole bunch of talk at the time about trans sports, and I had a strong opinion on, like, I don't think that trans people who have transitioned after puberty probably shouldn't be competing in athletic events with cisgender people. It's just for a whole host of reasons.
Cisgendered women. Obviously, a trans man is welcome to compete with men.
Sure.
Just the fact that we're playing this right now, meaning the podcast itself, I'm gonna pause the Kakarot gameplay and swap to Halls of Torment. I think it's something that's chill and I can kind of just roll with. I could do like a Hades or something like this as well, but whatever. This is my little filler game that's currently on the docket or the menu. But anyways, just because I know that when I talk to Chi-Chi, it's going to initiate the Android saga, like Future Trunks coming here and all that, which is dope. Don't get me wrong. I'm fucking excited to start the actual next. Like, this is all Dragon Ball reviving, grinding, getting medallions and all this bullshit, which, I should check. Can I even leave the house anymore? Or am I locked in? Oh, well, I stayed outside, but, oh, I can fight Zarbon with Gohan. Interesting. Okay. We get a little bit more. A little bit more. What in the fuck is happening? Thank God I saved to get the fuck outside.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be any advantage.
What, that keeps going for a little bit longer.
Well, yeah, I was going to say
Whatever.
in the course
It's
of
okay.
that, I think I said...
If I was smart, I would have done it now, because I'll get like 2 rounds of Halls of Tormenting, so 30 minutes per match. But fuck it.
Something
Who
where
cares?
I was arguing with people online.
We'll figure it out.
A comment, I've just never even thought about it. That's just a gamer word, I guess. We say like subhuman, you subhuman fuck. We just say that a lot. It's like, and I said something along the lines like, don't argue with these like activists on Twitter, they're subhuman. And I guess that got interpreted as he's saying all trans people are subhuman, and then they
subhuman trans people.
Just the activist people online are crazy.
Well,
all
at
activists
least you
online.
didn't say.
That's so amazing. You just said that. I've thought about this. I've come to my complete realization. I don't hate this group. I don't hate that group. I don't care. I hate activists. Activists in every group are the most annoying motherfuckers on the planet. And I get it. Like, oh, well, we're trying to change things. Yeah. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. They're insufferable people. Holy fuck. Yeah, activists are the worst.
Untermen.
Whatever the phobia is for them, that's the one I have.
What's that?
That's subhuman in German.
Yeah. So, I mean, years ago, I don't know if you remember this, when the trans issue was first bubbling up, I said to Periel one time, I said, oh, come on, Periel. Sooner or later, and I was kidding, they're going to have Olympic athletes are going to put on wigs, and the Russian weightlifting teams are going to compare. And Periel's like, oh, don't be ridiculous. That would never. It seemed like so absurd that anybody. It was like
We're living in satire now.
That they'd have trans women competing against cis women, and sure enough, that's what we're having. And of course, she dutifully fell in line because.
Well, you were talking about men in wigs, which is not quite the same as it.
Well, I was being over the top, but in the end, I said the Russians would do that, meaning they would just use that. It would be cynically, I meant at the time. But the idea that, and this, I know you almost certainly agree with me, that you have people like me, I'm assuming you, who are extremely sympathetic to the trans cause, to the cause of anybody living a fulfilling life against bigotry, and they manage to find a wedge, like something like, oh shit, do I really have to say that it's I can't go there with you?
Yeah, true.
You don't like trans people. It's like, are you crazy?
Yeah, it's like
it's
fucking
obviously not fair. And
chill within the borders that
are
fucking doable, functional, reasonable.
Just destroyed the opposition in a sprint. Did you see that?
I've probably seen a clip of it or something, but yeah, I agree that it's you're either with us 100% or you're completely against us 100%. That mentality is really dumb.
And I know.
And I've said that shit, whatever, in other conversations I've had online before. It's like you have to follow. That's why I call it a religion. That's why I say it's dogmatic. And that if you fall outside of this complete like list of the 10 Commandments or whatever the fuck it is, then you're a heretic. It's blasphemy. You're exiled. Get the fuck out. It's just like, okay, I'm not gonna adopt your script and just believe what you want me to believe, bro.
I know a lot of trans people. Not a lot. I know like a half dozen.
No, thank you.
And all of them agree it's not fair.
Yeah.
It's usually leftist liberal people like Periel that Anyway, so that's a pretty amazing life. And then how did you find yourself getting into political debate and then finally one of the world's greatest spokesmen for the state of Israel?
Jesus. One of the worst things that happened in 2000.
It is actually kind of insane, especially just because at the start of the research arc, it was just like, well, everyone should, try and learn a little bit while this thing's going on. But to have even Hassan respond to his chat, being like, when they're like, why are you giving this guy any attention? Who's this fucking... They're trying to like belittle whatever Destiny's existence or his success. And he's like, well, he's like one of the most prominent speakers or advocates sort of on behalf of Israel in this war. Or if I said advocates or whatever the fuck, but you get the point. So it's just kind of insane. And it's also funny that like a 35-year-old dude who's spent like less than a year focused on this thing could just reach those levels. It's
16
comical
gamers
to me.
decided to get involved in politics, which was just horrible.
Because I assume there's other people who have spent many more years of their lives and have significantly less attention, or arguably less educated. But I couldn't really compare or measure that.
That's what comedians are doing.
Yeah, well, everybody has to be political now. You have to have a political stance on everything.
Can you hear that one more time? And also, let me
Yeah, well, everybody has to be political now. You have
balance
to
the
have a
volume
political
a little
stance
bit
on
more
everything.
here.
And there was a thing called Gamergate, and just all these basically gamer people whose entire political identity was defined as in opposition to, we called them SJWs or social justice warriors, right, 10 years ago. But now we call them woke people. But it was basically that. And I mean, I felt like these conversations suck. I think we can do this a little bit better. So I got involved, and then it kind of got going from there, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, but how did you like get on the radar?
Well, I guess in 2016, so I'd always done a variety of content. That's people knew me because it wasn't just gaming. Like we would talk about like philosophy or sometimes politics or science or whatever was like current events or whatever. I like to argue with people, and I just had a wide range of interests or a wide array of interests. And then around 2016, when the Trump stuff happened, I started to like angle a little bit more politically. And
Were
then
you anti-Trump, pro-Trump?
I was pro Bernie.
Pro Bernie.
I was pretty anti-Trump, but I don't know if I was like rapidly anti-Trump. The thing is, it's hard because we rewrite all of history so quickly. But in the beginning, nobody really knew what Trump would be, and there were flashes of Trump. I know there was at least one.
Yeah, I actually specifically remember watching the election results. I'm Canadian, so like in a way, who gives a fuck? I always try to remind people who stress too much about it here. That's not our president. Like, literally, it's not even our political system. I get it. We're attached, and America influences us. Blah 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 blah. Like, I'm not that retarded, but point was that we observed him winning and just laughed. One, because it was going to be a spectacle to see what happened, and two, just seeing people so fucking frustrated. People got so fucking ass mad about Trump that it just became comical to watch people lose their minds collectively.
Primary that he lost to I think it was Ted Cruz, and he came on stage and he congratulated him. He said he ran well, and I think there were a lot of people, I think at least hopefully reasonable people, like, listen, Trump does his showmanship thing, but once he comes in office, he's going to chill out and he's going to like be a good leader, and he'll do his best, even if I don't agree because he's a conservative or whatever. And it was so much worse than that. But yeah, around the Trump time, I started to get more involved in political conversations. I started to kind of like debate people online because my background was such like a hardcore, like screaming blood sports kind of guy. I was the only left-leaning person that would jump into these conversations, so I kind of cut my teeth debating kind of like conservative people or anti-woke people, and then for about 2 years I did that, and then yeah.
And where are you on Trump now in terms of what in your mind is the big risk of a second Trump term?
I think the largest risk is that he is changing what American people think is acceptable in this country in terms of how our institutions function.
For example?
The idea that everything needs to be subservient to the president, that he's above rule of law, that he should be beyond criminal indictment because he was the president.
If you don't mind. Smoke him if you got him, folks.
Possible without being held accountable by anybody. That's really scary. His divisiveness on a rhetoric level is scary, but I mean on a political level, he was ineffective at bringing lawmakers together to do anything, right? The whole repeal and replace Obamacare, he couldn't even do that. Yeah. Legislatively, he has his tax bill.
I will say he was actually so divisive that he was like globally divisive. And I don't think most presidents of the United States are globally divisive. In fact, I went to England in general, like small town as well as London, but in Oxford, but whatever. While I was in London, this dude was walking around with a shopping cart of like knickknacks, I guess you could say, things to sell, souvenirs, and part of it was a bunch of toilet paper rolls with Trump's face printed on it, which is obviously funny. You could wipe your face, wipe your ass, Jesus Christ, wipe your ass with Trump's face. Sorry, folks, a little late tonight, but it was just interesting to me that having gotten so far away from it, it wasn't just like seeping into Toronto. It was like the whole world really is invested in this motherfucker. Like, really fucking cares. Mostly to like be outraged about, but still, it's just the fact that they were paying attention to it. And I know that the US is like kind of in the spotlight more than other countries are in general, in terms of like people being aware of our politics instead of vice versa. It's just like part of our American arrogance and relevance and power and all this sort of fucking influence that we have, especially as like an export of culture, but as like a global superpower too. So I get why people pay attention, but Trump is a whole other level. That's what I'm trying to get at.
That's basically it.
A cartoon
the
villain.
Kind of resetting and the fundamental mistrust in every part of the country. He's been saying the election has been rigged. He started it even before in 2016. So he's been saying it for like 10 years almost, that like all the elections are rigged, makes people lose confidence in the election system, everything relating to COVID and attacking Fauci and attacking the DOJ. And like the country doesn't function without institutions. And I think that's undermining those.
Bro, I forgot Fauci existed. Holy shit. Holy shit. I haven't heard or thought of that name in a minute. It's just been refreshing.
It's really bad.
Yeah, I agree with most of what you said. I don't really fear the guy as a dictator, like he's not going to leave office, as Andrew Sullivan of all people said during COVID.
Yeah, even if he tried
he
to, I wouldn't
open
expect
road
him to actually succeed in
become all the authoritarian that he wanted to be. He didn't really show much interest in that. I think the main reason he challenged the election because he can't stand the idea that he's a loser. But I think the guy's unhinged.
True.
And to
True.
me, the strongest
That's
argument.
actually so funny. It's like, guys, he's not a dictator. This is not authoritarian. He's just a bitch and a really sore loser. He's coping hard, okay?
For anybody who's
just let him tire himself out, and then he'll walk out of the fucking office and be like, fine.
Flirting with voting for.
But it was stolen, man. It was fucking rigged, bro. I didn't lose. I didn't run. Trump just said I didn't run. Although he's running again. You know what I mean? Like President Sunday run.
Trump, the one that really speaks to me, is that everybody who worked for him, the closest people in his cabinet, came out of that cabinet, including the vice president, and say, "Don't ever let that man anywhere near that chair again." And
that's actually
these are not political opponents of his. There's really no
ex-allies.
way, and it's not one. It's not isolated. It's not disgruntled. It's basically everybody except maybe Pompeo. And you have to really be kind of extremely biased or delusional to dismiss that kind of unprecedented warning, right?
Yeah, but they have the mind constructs to do it, I think is the issue. When you're presented with cognitive dissonance, you either change the facts or you change your mind. And when it comes to Trump, the second somebody backstabs him, that's a rhino. They're not a real Republican. He's part of the deep state. Like, he was always, against Trump. And Trump has his work cut out for him because every single person is being controlled by whatever your mind leader is, pulling the puppets behind the scenes or whatever, yeah.
I mean, on a policy issue, I bet you if we had a conversation here, the three of us with Trump, policy-wise, my instincts are probably very close to his. I'm happy he got a Supreme Court that got rid of racial preferences so that, people, Chinese people and Asian people can get into college without being, having to have 300 points higher in SATs. I think that's a huge plus of the Trump administration, that we're not going to have legalized racial preferences for the rest of our lives. But so retrospectively,
huh?
I'm not unhappy that Trump was president. I think the counterfactual might have been, I don't think it would have been divisive, obviously, but there's certain things that he did that in retrospect, I wouldn't trade them to undo the last 4 years. We didn't know. But prospectively, I think it'd be a terrible idea. Anyway, all right, so now, you disagree with that?
Oh, yeah, with every fiber of my being, yeah.
You disagree with the racial preferences?
No, I think getting rid of racial preferences was okay. I don't know if that was worth the trade-off for abortion protections.
Well, I think now abortion is interesting because it's, first of all, what you saw the headline, there's more abortions performed last year than in any other year in history. So it has not squelched the number of abortions. I'm sure
that seems unreasonable.
It's pretty clear to me that state by state, including in
How the fuck
Alabama,
did that
they're
happen?
squirming under this ruling. There's going to be very, very few states that outlaw abortion. And then, of course, at the same time this has all happened, what has swooped in is pharmaceuticals, which didn't even exist. Like, this is the modern clothes hanger abortion, is you order a pill online. So what we traded for that is got rid of this extremely divisive, not correctly decided, most people understand Roe versus Wade was not correctly decided issue, which science was the enemy of, in the sense that the more and more we know about a fetus, the more and more we know about when it can feel pain. Like, right now, Roe versus Wade said, basically the 6 months. And then if science comes up and says, well, actually, I'm
gonna just say this: as much as I agree with the whole consciousness 21, 22 weeks or whatever the fuck, 6 months is fire. Yeah. We need at least let's just say a good amount of time to make sure that the job gets done.
At 9 weeks, whatever it is, it's extremely painful for the fetus to go through an abortion.
Has it said that? Or
No, I'm saying, in other words, we were not able to react to science. Certainly, we know more about this than we did when Justice Blackmun. When Justice Blackmun made his decision, he saw.
So I can train with him again.
Cells. I have ultrasounds of my children right towards the end of the first trimester with a thumb in their mouths. I mean, like we had no concept with it. So all of which is to say, I'm not pro life. That
Wait.
And an issue which is unknowable.
I'm not pro-life is such a hilarious sentence. I know it's like pro-life versus pro-choice, but I'm not pro-life. It's just I am anti-well-being. I'm anti-living.
When does life deserve protection? I don't see any better system than leaving it up to the will of the democratic people. Justice Blackmun certainly did not have the expertise to decide that in a way that deserved respect.
Racial.
American. So there's no good answer to that question.
Well, there is a good answer. You could actually leave it up to the women who are having the abortions. As a wild idea.
Well, that's a little.
That someone had to say the thing, huh? Fair enough. Fair enough.
That's an interesting point, but just so you know, the polls don't show that women have a drastically different opinion than men on this.
Well, tell that to all of the women in Arizona right now who are terrified because they can't have an abortion.
Yeah, I get it.
I mean, in a sense, it's like, sure, even if it's 50-50, the ones that want it, doesn't really matter if other chicks are like, you shouldn't abort the baby. It's like, the fuck you, bro. It's not yours. You get to make me have the baby because, what, God or something? Eat my dick. Or pussy in that case, but yeah. I get it, though. It's like interesting that it's such a 50-50 thing across the board. Although I guess it probably connects and correlates or whatever to the population that is super religious in the, I imagine, center of the country.
But
to his point, there's probably a lot of men who knock up their girlfriend who are now terrified that she can't get an abortion either.
But I think that the country will
rip soldiers, move to a different state. That's my advice.
Better off, without regard to the fact that I know there's going to be more than a few individual cases that will be difficult to look at. But Roe versus Wade, I think it stays where number. I was sympathetic to the Supreme Court saying that, listen, in the very first weeks, first 8 weeks, the only people who say that this is not okay are religious people. That this is essentially an establishment of religion, and we're going to find that in the first. I was sympathetic to that, but nobody really made that argument. I would have made that argument.
But a lot of people don't know that they're pregnant in the first 8 weeks.
I know. But the flip side, that
skill issue.
You can have abortion till the 7th, 8th, 9th month. This
with no, I mean, but now it's like insane. Like you can find out that there is something horrifically wrong with your fetus, and you're still not allowed to have an abortion, and you have to deliver it, and it's insane.
Let's get off abortion. Let me just say one thing about it.
Sure. Now you want to get off abortion.
No. There's a difference in a policy argument about
going
abortion,
down the rabbit hole,
which is
man.
An interesting argument to have, and thinking that the Supreme Court in 1973 decided, that this was a good. I think it wasn't. But
I'm sympathetic towards the arguments against abortion, and I'm sympathetic towards some of the arguments that Alito writes.
Bro's trying to keep it on the rails, man. He's like,
I think there's a
God,
concept,
dude.
Stare decisis, the idea that the court needs some legitimacy, and the idea of a court going back and starting to rewrite some of those decisions, I think, is a really scary precedent to set. That certain watershed decisions happen, and the idea that a court should be in the business of going back and rewriting those is just a little bit spooky. I don't know if I agree.
It's been done many times.
It has, but like when you do it, the court can lose legitimacy, right? Like let's say, for instance, 2 or 3 justices die, and we get a liberal court now, and then let's say they go back and like, actually, we agree with Roe v. Wade, and then that decision essentially comes back, or they get rid of the Dobbs. Do we go back and forth on like prior decisions over and over again?
It doesn't seem to happen that way. I get it. I don't think it will happen that way. And
I don't know what the exact standard is as to when you would overturn a prior decision, but as Noam said, it does happen. Most notably, probably the case that everybody knows is Plessy versus Ferguson, which said separate but equal was okay, and then Brown versus Board of Ed, which said no, separate is inherently unequal. So that's the most famous example. So you do want some ability to go back on decisions.
For sure, yeah, you do.
No, and people no one ever complains about a decision being revisited when they favor the revisitation.
Sure, that's true. Yeah, nobody is principled when it comes to politics. No. Everybody just wants their own stuff. I definitely agree with that. Yeah.
And now, when I went to law school, and when I can remember reading Roe versus Wade, and saying, "What? This makes no sense." It was such an abomination.
A number of rights. Yeah, it's a very it's legal alchemy.
But as a,
it was probably pretty wild. I think
as a
legal
student, did you think, oh, it must be me that doesn't understand? Because after all, these are Supreme Court justices, and I'm just a 1L.
I did. I was insecure about it. I speak to people, but no matter how many times I listen to it, I'm like, it didn't make any sense. There's none of this is in the Constitution, nor could a Supreme Court justice determine when life begins. And obviously, if you could make the argument to me that it should be right up until the day of birth, let's say, but nobody even has the nerve to make that argument, meaning that everybody understands a date has to be picked.
Mm-hmm.
And if a date has to be picked, the notion that the Supreme Court would pick the date rather than a community that has to live that to me was
it feels like legislation,
stripping people of the most fundamental aspect of democracy. Is that we're going to decide when we think somebody deserves legal protection.
Okay,
we're going to decide when you can kill a baby,
even if
not Justice Blackmun in 1973.
But even if I grant you that, why wouldn't the decision then be left to the individual woman? Like, why do the states get to decide whether or not, like, I have to give birth to?
Kind of what it would come.
We don't leave the decision whether to beat your kids to the individual parents,
or
the state has an interest,
or to kill the baby on the day after it's born. All right, let's take an abortion because okay. So Israel, first of all, you were fantastic on Israel. Okay. Can we play a little greatest hits of how awful Norman Finkelstein was to you?
I've seen every left. He's been making the rounds. I don't know if he's someone. Do you know who Brianna Joy Gray is?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, he went on her show and he was like, "Yeah, my goal from the very beginning was to just scream at him the entire time," and I thought it was funny. Like, seriously?
Now, okay, I forgot to get this, but with your permission, I want to cut one thing into the show.
That's actually
on our show,
so. Too bad, apes.
Eli,
no sleep tonight.
For personal attacks.
Or what is it? You're not sleeping tonight, something like this.
See, one of the problems, Eli, is I don't think you read very carefully. I'm not going to resort to the juvenile insults that you hurl at me because they're frankly beneath me.
So I'm going to cut that.
Yo, he's a character, bro. Fuck
I meant to get it, I forgot to. But Max, can you play a little bit of those videos? Play the TikTok one first, and let me see. It's like a.
Come on, controller.
Kill me.
Turn it up a little bit if you can.
That's mens rea.
No. The mens rea, yes, I understand the state of mind, but for genocide, there is dolo specialis is a highly special intent. Did you read the case? It is a highly special intent.
I'm going to ask you again.
Mr. Borelli.
Displaying your imbecility.
Okay.
Do not don't put on public display that you're a moron. At least have the self-possession to shut up. Did I read the case?
I'm putting my display on camera. You're putting yours in books.
Okay? I read the case around 4
Borelli.
I read all of the
that is fucking.
Play the next one, Max. Play the next one, Max.
This guy, dude.
Oh my god. Postmodernism binary. Believe me, I'm a lot more literate than you, Mr. Borelli.
I'm gonna believe the guy that wrote this.
I'm a lot more literate than you, Mr. Borelli.
Value to words and not talking like a motor mouth.
That's not controversial.
Mr. Bennell,
we got it right that
time. Mr. Bennell, please slow down the speech and attempt to listen.
Legal standard. I know absolutely. I absolutely.
You have to.
I think. But I'm just saying. Believe it or not, normal. Literally.
Mr. Borelli.
I can't. I really can't. I can't.
It's terrifying.
Mr.
But even Benny Morris is laughing.
It's hilarious. It's so painful to listen to this idiocy. I will answer the
Morelli.
I will even answer this moron. You want me to answer, or do you want your motor mouth?
All right, enough. How did you compose yourself with this dude?
The Motor City Madhouse.
When you let him go, yeah. It's a lot of training because I've done a lot of different types of debates, but when you're doing a debate, it's often better to let the other person lead and to strike more because it gives you more favorable disposition to the audience. Whereas if you lead or you start insulting them, even if they've kind of earned it, it won't feel that way to the audience.
It did. Maybe it's the way it was cut, but it sounded like he said Bennell and then went back to Borelli.
There was a time I was saying I was glad that there was a time when we'd get up to go to the bathroom 2 or 3 times and we let the cameras rolling, and he kept it for one of them. But they get up and he says something to me, or I say something to him, and then he says, "Mr. Bennell," and it was the first time I heard him clearly, instantly, and me and Benny started laughing. It's like, "Oh, you do know my name." Yeah, I just like walked up. It was just a big game to him, I guess, yeah.
Now,
which, to be fair, the way that if you look at all of his stuff around this, it's all a big game to him, so.
You were 100% right about the
It's like an Alex Jones level of character, but just...
What is that, if you would like?
It's a
different
special
style, you might say.
To find genocide that is mentioned over and over in any decision. Well, you could say.
Yeah, it was 4 times written. You don't find mens rea in the South Africa case. You find the dolus specialis mentioned 4 times. And it's not even. I hate bringing. It's just like an.
But what is dolus specialis as opposed to just your run-of-the-mill intent?
run-of-the-mill intent is like you intended to commit like a certain type of criminal act of mens rea, you have a criminal mind, right? An intention to do a criminal act. Dolus Specialis for genocide, there needs to be the highly special intent to like basically eliminate a group of people in whole or in part. So it's not even just like they launched a nuke. So one of the examples I give here is like you could theoretically nuke all of Gaza and that wouldn't necessarily be genocide, right? Let's say you think they've got like nuclear weapons and you nuke them and all the people die. It's still not genocide because the goal there, your highly special intent was that we need to destroy the entire Palestinian people, right? It was more like a military thing and a lot of people might die and it's still horrible. There could be war crimes, but
so Hiroshima is not considered genocide by any international body.
Yeah, and I don't believe so, no. I've never heard that before. I mean, people give the opinion that it is. But again, the goal, especially in times of war, you're always trying to defeat your enemy or destroy parts of your enemy. But to call every single war essentially then a genocide is just not, it doesn't map on. Everything becomes a genocide at that point, basically, yeah.
But in the emails
Are you at least part Italian? I mean, was he even...
Finkelstein or me?
You.
I don't think so.
Okay, because he was
Fennell?
With the Borelli?
Something.
What are you looking for?
In the emails that I had with Finkelstein,
Bro's like, I mean, because he was saying Borelli.
Genocide.
Dude, no. It's not.
He knew. We talked about intent. We discussed these cases.
Fuck.
I mean,
That's fucking funny.
He's full of it.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't.
He on your debate with him, there was a time, there was a moment where you didn't even like. This shows you he's a crazy person. There was like he went off on a soliloquy about how you might run a comedy club, but this to me is not funny, and he went on for several minutes, and you hadn't said anything. Jokingly, you hadn't. I mean, maybe you let out a minor laugh or something, and he went off.
No laugh.
He went off for several minutes on how he does not find it. So yeah, he's just this is just sort of his thing. He goes off on pre-written digressions,
and it's the same lines. Like I noticed because I watched his conversation with Eli on your program in preparation. I took notes and I watched him through a lot. And there's a lot of common talking points that he brings up over and over again. He always references those Pacific Islands, like the Marshall Islands or Samoa. Like he always references that and people that support Israel in the U.S. He always references. He just has these talking points that he runs through, and he always references his credentials or books that he's read without actually showing that he's understood any of the underlying material that he's sourcing you. It's very frustrating. Yeah.
So this is an email where
but he's very effective, though. I think to people that may not know better.
There's an email here where he and I are arguing about genocide and about intent, and I presented him with the legal opinions in the Rwanda case, and it says here there's talk of dolus specialis. I put special intent when it comes to genocide. I give a link to the very thing, and then he's pretending he's never heard this before.
Yeah, I truly don't understand, other than maybe he just hasn't. The thing is, he got into, because about 2 weeks after that debate I posted, or maybe it was a month or two after, he started posting on Twitter towards me about, I think the title was Moron Specialis. And he starts quoting from Yugoslavia, the genocide case, showing how, well, look, here they say mens rea, look at what they're saying. And it was so funny because if you actually click through and you read this part of the case, I think it's around paragraph 440, and you start reading, what they were actually arguing about was this person has mens rea to
I should fucking
aid
flip
and
this
abet
shit
genocide,
just because.
but he didn't have the special intent. He was missing.
I should have done that an hour ago.
This guy
but
has
no.
the special intent, and you've got the mens rea to help him, and you've got knowledge of his special intent. Is that transferable to say that you were part of a genocide? And it's funny because they make that distinction even when he's linking, and I'm like, well, I don't understand. Yeah.
Yeah, he sent me minority opinions, and then he made the argument to you. Well, they were. I wish I could do the Finkelstein.
Yeah, we need Michael Moynihan. He really does the best Finkelstein.
I can do it a little bit, but I can't do it under pressure. But he says that well, they didn't find it, but they found it was plausible. Like you didn't. What was the analogy?
He was saying, imagine you're a worldwide famous athlete who qualifies for the Olympics, but you don't get a medal or something. That was like the plausibility standard.
Yeah, but you know, every single innocent person who's tried for a crime that they didn't commit met the plausibility standard. That's how it is they got into the courtroom. Somebody thought it was plausible.
Yeah, but the issue is when they use
argument.
Yeah, because he's using the layman's. Because plausible to me sounds like, well, yeah, I guess that could be a high standard, right? Like, you know, is there probable cause? I guess yeah. But if you don't actually know the legal standards, then yeah.
Now, what is your general take? First of all, I just want to say because this genocide thing. You could tell me everything else about the war. You disagree with me, and I could live with it. That Israel made a mistake. That they committed a war crime. Any of that I can live with. This genocide thing scares the shit out of me in terms of what it will mean for the Jewish people going forward. I know that sounds very self-important, over the top, but I compared it to like acid rain on the psychology of Jewish people. This kind of attempt to cancel out, I can't believe I'm talking this, it's almost to cancel out the Holocaust, as if the pressure of the Holocaust was so psychologically oppressive.
This is an interesting. I don't know if I necessarily agree with what's causing this, but it's interesting to think that this process is taking place where people are like weighing out their sympathy and their kind of compassion for the fucking Holocaust versus what they perceive or are seeing. Meaning some of it's exaggerated by online and some of it is of course very real. But current whatever situation in Palestine. They're obviously so detached that you really shouldn't. Like, it just doesn't. It's not so simple in black and white, but it's still an interesting thought that is like teetering in the whatever global consciousness we'll call it, the overall public perception.
To be able to say, well, the Jews, it happened to the Jews in the 40s, and then the Jews did it in the 2020s. One side cancels the other side out. Thank God we don't have to talk about the Holocaust anymore. In the same way, certain racists are always on the lookout to find the black people in South Africa committing some atrocity towards the white people, so they can say,
go, oh,
see,
it's
yeah,
just
the whites
humans,
did it to them, but
you know,
now they did it
not
back.
a white thing.
Oh, thank God we can stop having to feel sorry about it. I really feel that's what's going on. And my children, who are too young to know any better, they're getting the message that being Jewish is problematic, and this genocide thing, and it's such a fucking outrageous charge. Just to
That's sad,
give one
actually.
example that I given before, I'm sure you know this. In Rwanda, they killed in 100 days 700,000 people on the behest of radio announcements. Go out and kill your neighbor. They killed 700,000 people, maybe more, basically with machetes, blunt objects, and their bare hands. In 3 months. That's what a genocide looks like. Israel, if it wanted genocide, everybody would be dead by now, right? So that's how I feel about genocide. But having something to get that off my chest. What is your don't say you believe in genocide. What is your general
What if
take?
I do?
No, if you do, you do. What is your general take on the war? Stakes? Gone too far, not far enough, Iran, all of it.
Not far enough.
One thing, especially being American traumatized from our adventures in Afghanistan and Iraq, I wish that for conflict people would set up very, very clear goals. I think that would help people a lot. Like just eliminating Hamas is probably not explicit enough. Like, what does that mean? I think even today I don't know if we know what that means, right? Does that mean you kill every single militant? Does that mean they're just removed as administrators? Does that mean that you are occupying it again? I don't know if we have a clear answer of what that means yet. Like right now, I don't even know if they're going to go into Rafah. I think that's like in the air right now.
Well, they wanted to.
They wanted to, but I don't know right now if that's because it feels. I think Israel started to pull people back already, and then some are returning to northern Gaza. So that's like a question. So if Hamas remains in the Gaza Strip, yikes, that's just bad for everybody. I think that the initial cause for war, I think, was completely.
Okay, it's actually like right at the final 30 minutes mark. I'm gonna quickly save this. It's whatever. This might finish, I guess, a few minutes before I actually finish the round. But I'll just leave it running. And I'll actually, just for the sake of it, I'll put it to normal speed. But let me save and pop out here. Hello, play? You good?
Well, this is not acceptable anymore. It's crazy. I think that as far as, doing their best to avoid unnecessary civilian casualties, it's an unpopular take, but I mean, when you actually dig into the obligations under international humanitarian law, when you actually dig into all the things that the Israeli military does, it seems, if you engage with it honestly, and I hate to say this because it makes it sound very partisan, but when you engage with it honestly, it seems obvious, like patently obvious, that Israel is doing everything they can to minimize civilian casualties. That it's like undeniable because the numbers would be so much.
Yeah, the problem is you get like 1 or 2 situations. Like there was the couple hostages that were trying to come up the side of the building, and then one of them I think got shot down, or maybe 2 of them. And people were like, oh, I did not know. It's a fucking insane situation, all right? This is not a video game. You're like, oh, I'll just see a little dot moving, I'll just hit it, and like, oh, it was a friendly fire, who cares? Respawn, bro. And then there was I think he was Canadian, but he was like the aid worker who went, and they just like right in the top of the fucking like hood of the car, or like the top, not the hood off the front of it, but like right into the fucking driver's seat type of shit. Bro just got deleted from existence, which I have a hot take about that, but I'll refrain from now. For now, sorry. But you take these couple events, 2 or 3 events, and then people are like, to be fair, they're also looking at the overall death toll, and they're also looking at the overall pictures of the rubble. And then there's confusion with situations like the hospital. So, yeah. Disinformation, misinformation, the distortion of information transfer, and like people catastrophizing. To be fair, it is unironically a catastrophe, but again, relative to what it could be if the narrative was more true, that the fearmongers are pushing
different. If
they had more evil intent, it would be much more clear.
They were just indiscriminately bombing or carpet bombing, as everybody says. So, but I mean, they still have to manage the PR aspect, because at the end of the day, perception is really the only thing that matters in international communities with other countries. So,
Well, I actually worry that, especially early on in the conflict, that there was so much rage in the room that some decisions might have been made that shouldn't have been made. That would be human. I don't say human. I say human. I don't mean to excuse it. I mean, it's like I would not want to bet against that.
Maybe that's possible, but the issue is we have no counterfactuals. Do you know how many people have died in Ukraine so far? No, nobody knows. Nobody cares. Do you know how many people died in Syria? How many people died in Yemen?
No one's keeping count in those other places.
Like, no one has any idea.
That's fucking true.
Every single day. 32,000 a day. 32,500 a day. Another 240. We have every single fucking number. And it's like, Jesus Christ.
Oh, no. That's actually fucking disgusting. And this goes back to my point about how I hate fucking activists. And it goes back to all those motherfuckers who all they give a shit is about power dynamics. And all they give a fuck is about these kind of like buzzword focuses. It's just like you only care about the death count or the toll because you want to make this particular political point against the support of the other side, not as some sort of objective human empathy or care in the world for innocent lives being lost. It's just this one spot because like, oh, but think of the ratio of children and women. So we definitely do value them more than men. Disposable, whatever. I won't go down that rabbit hole, but
civilian death absolutely matters more than.
To be clear, it's less about that rabbit hole of the fucking the gender. I get that kids are like literally the future in that sense. So you want to preserve them more than adults to some degree, in dire and desperate circumstances such as war. But anyways, it's not enough of a reason these people should be as singularly focused on this one whatever we'll call it tragedy when there's clearly multiple other them. But you're not hearing about Ukrainian death tolls, and no one gives a fuck anymore. I get that war also has been, it's run past its like focus cycle, right? It has about a year, maybe 6 months, like 2 6-month phases. One where it's like the primary, it's like the 12 hours of an acid trip converted to 12 months, and you've got your focus for people's attention towards like the war cycle. But Ukraine's expired in terms of anyone's giving a fuck. They're just like, that's your new normal. Good luck. Let us know when it's over. Anyways, that's a lot of rambling to say that I think people are probably kind of disgusting for weaponizing the death count. Although, in general, it's all used as a tool to just tug on people's heartstrings. It's very selective, unfortunately.
The combination of...
Last thing, though, I'll say, I'm sorry. I know I'm fucking tangent after tangent. To be fair, we only have so much bandwidth. You can't care about every conflict, and you can't, like, emotionally drain yourself for, like, 6 wars at the same time. Even one of them, you can see how it really fucks with people and destroys some of their relationships or their mental health. It's just, we're not programmed to be able to experience or be aware of this much death and like suffering. Not to say people haven't experienced it when there was wars in the past, but the information age kind of inundates people with it in a way that I think it's like traumatizing.
Of however, like if you looked at the coverage for the area and you looked at how many people talk about it, the strong opinions about it, my feeling, I guess like 10 million people have died in Palestine and maybe a few have died in the surrounding Middle East. That's what it seems like. That's what
12
the
Israelis
makes it feel like. And then when you look and like I'm pulling from history, I'm pretty sure historically from 1900 to 2024, I'm pretty sure more people died in the Syrian civil war than Arabs and Israelis and Palestinians have died in the history of Israel-Palestine.
Oh, absolutely.
It's not like, it's like 300,000, I think, at least, I think, for Syria, and it's, are you even at 100,000? If you, maybe a little bit more, if you add up all the wars, all the massacres, everything, it's like, Jesus, yeah.
There was a time, I don't know how the numbers have changed, but I remember this statistic, it was reliable at the time, during the Iran-Iraq war, in one day, more people had died than in all the Arab-Israeli conflicts on both sides.
Because that one, by the end, was 1 to 2 million deaths. That was an insane conflict.
In one day. And this is not a day remembered in history. It was just another day in the Iran-Iraq war. Do you want to say something, Dan?
Well, I just was going to also bring up the point that, you know, you said
if I'm not mistaken, it was that war that they called a ceasefire on my birthday, like the day I was born, not same day, different year, but on the day I was born. Let me just quickly look this up, actually. I'm curious.
Well, you alluded to this, but there's always also the possibility that an individual soldier or group of soldiers during this conflict...
Bush ordered ceasefire. The Persian Gulf War.
Could commit
Well, it
a
has
war
to happen.
crime
Every war
and kill
For sure.
civilians,
And I'm not even. I am not even convinced that aid. I don't think. God forbid. I don't believe that anybody has any intention to starve anybody.
And to be fucking clear, pretty sure that's now referencing a different war, actually, because it's September 22nd, 1980 to August 20th, 1988. So the Iran-Iraq war have just, I guess, finished a couple years prior, but I guess there's no shortage of wars in the Middle East to fucking ask for a ceasefire. Anyways, I saw that one day when it was just like random events on whatever the fuck day, and you go through a list to see if there's anything interesting in your history. It's like, hey, yo, let's go. Symbol of peace, I have come.
I don't believe in it. You don't even have to believe they're good people. That Jews or Israelis are good people. It just
They're just people.
Just doesn't make much sense. You're not going to starve out the entire population and kill 1 million people. Anybody that dies of starvation is going to hurt your cause internationally and in your own country, right?
Yes.
That Salem and Haaretz are not, BBC, UK or American publications. This is in Israel. Your own population won't stand for it. There's literally nothing to be gained from that.
But I do fear this, that somebody has to decide how much effort, how much aid.
Yeah.
And they definitely want to keep the pressure on. And in that very difficult calculation of what is our moral obligation, and yet what can we also do at the same time to keep the pressure on, that they could have miscalculated and been too slow. Because it can't be denied that as soon as Biden put more pressure on them, the aid did ramp up. Now, having said that, the latest headlines are that the aid trucks are just stuck at the crossing there and they can't deliver it. But that's, that's on them. That's not an excuse.
Yeah, but that conversation can't happen. There's no place for that conversation because it's either Israel's intentionally trying to starve out and murder everybody, or it's Hamas's responsibility and fuck Hamas. But I agree with you that it might be that some of the decisions being made are either being made way too hastily. Like when those aid trucks got hit, those 3 aid trucks intentionally, all 3 of them got struck. There's a lot of questions where it's like, okay, like, sure, there might have been a Hamas guy there, but like, would you ordinarily have killed 1 Hamas operative with 9 civilians that are in aid trucks? Is that like an ordinary decision you would make, or what? Like, those are good conversations we had. But
there was a guy shooting his rifle on top. But yeah, I
sure. But let's say there even was though. Is that a calculation that is worthwhile?
I don't know.
Like internationally,
Dude, shooting a rifle on top is
like
hilarious.
aid is the biggest like hot button topic right now.
Insane setup.
This, like the strike that
like
you need to do.
cartoonish. See,
it's colossally stupid.
Yeah,
actually ridiculous.
And yet, there's so many colossally stupid events in history.
For sure, yeah. And we're getting a microscope on every single battle operation.
Yeah.
So I agree with you that it's a high level of scrutiny, more than anybody has ever suffered in any war ever. The amount of scrutiny there is for this one, but we can't have like a good conversation about how does Israel figure out proportionality or distinction. Instead, it's like, well, are they like bloodthirsty, demons, or are they just Satan spawn, or are they completely the victims of everybody else and they're doing no wrong? And
Succubus demon.
Because the conversation is horrible. Yeah.
And also, what's the alternative? What are they supposed to do now? We're almost out of time. What is it about your past, especially as a kind of left-wing Sanders type guy, that would you say led you to become so pro-Israel?
I don't know if I would say I was so pro-Israel. Debated a couple politicians.
Well, if you're chosen among very few people in the country to debate alongside Benny Morris, you had to made a name for yourself.
Sure. So I said I got that prescription for ADHD medication for Vyvanse around October, actually. And
my mistake, I said.
Oh, no, you're good. The same
shit.
thing.
Don't even kill me, man. Bro goes his whole life without this shit. Wakes up one day, he's like, I'm gonna try out Vyvanse. I'm gonna try Adderall. Fuck it, let's do this ADHD medication. 6 months pass. This guy learns everything, approximately, that you need to know, or enough so to compete with the top scholars. That's actually way too fucking funny.
More or less. But the attacks happened, and I'm like, oh, well, I've had strong opinions about Israel-Palestine in the past. Like, I wonder if I can, like, actually read more about this. And then I found out for the first time, like, oh, cool, I can, like, read a book, or I can, like, read full reports, or I can read whole UN things or whatever. And in doing more and more research, it's fun sometimes to argue
the second coming
areas
of
that are highly contentious.
Mr. Burley,
So, like,
Christ.
before this, I did a lot of, like, Ukraine-Russia, or, like, vaccine stuff. So those are fun areas to argue in. But this particular one, there's just a lot of, there are wildly different interpretations of history and wildly different factual interpretations of things that I don't think should be as controversial as they are. And then it's interesting. It's interesting for me, I guess it's tragic for Jews or Israel, that there's this whole institution on both sides of, like, the, you know, the 8-packs, and they're trying to push for, like, you know, we should be friends with Israel and defend them, and they're an important U.S. ally, to, like, this whole institution of people that are like, Israel is the enemy no matter what. And yeah, I don't know. It's just, it's very interesting how strongly opinionated the whole world is on this particular conflict, and sometimes the most unbelievable ways.
So the part where I thought you guys basically wiped the floor with the other side, and after that, it was really just nothing that mattered other than being entertaining, was that they were making the point that, and Morris agreed, that the notion of expulsion was from time to time mentioned by Zionists and whatever. It was in the air, I think, was the term that Benny Morris used. But the fact is that nobody actually took any steps to do it. And it was only after the attack that any of this happened. And to say that, you know, it's very sloppy. Sure, some people said it.
I should have taken crit there. Fuck it.
If the Palestinians had accepted the partition, while after dancing in the streets, they were then going to start expel, it's not really plausible. Just like, you know, the same way you could say whatever you want about how they were coveting Jerusalem and the West Bank, but it was only after they were attacked. All these pivotal moments, whatever you think about whatever lurked dark in the heart of the Jews, all the bad luck to their cause happened as a result of aggressive, murderous attacks.
Mm-hmm.
And that's on them.
And it's tragic because we don't have the counterfactual. But like I've said, for Gaza, you could destroy Israel in 2 weeks. If you were Hamas and you actually built dedicated bomb shelters for your civilians, and you didn't do any rockets from there, you didn't do any attacks from there, no military ammunition storage or whatever, if you were to build those shelters and put people in there, if Israel were to strike a single one of those, then it's over the next day. The whatever would be in office would be completely expelled. International support would collapse.
Why would they need bomb shelters if they were peaceful? Israel has
no, but I'm just saying that you could prove at that point, finally, we have an attack where they did it for no reason. But yeah, every other thing, it's like, well, look at all the territory they got in 67. Okay, well, what happened right before that? Or look at the war in 48. Okay, well, what happened?
Context.
Well, look at, like, and it's like, yeah, but like, Jesus, like, if you would just chill for one fucking second.
Wrecked
maybe
again by
maybe they are
context.
crazy.
Blue cap
people,
shrooms, let's go.
Give them an excuse right before it happens.
Game knows.
Stop, you know?
I just think it's really interesting that you're like, actually, no, I'm not really that pro-Israel. Like, I'm just looking at facts.
Well, because I think that there are things that Israel does, and they don't come out in my debates as much. I debated a guy called...
Say whatever you want, because I'm not cut it out. Go ahead.
Say whatever I want. Is it Simcha Rockman? Oh, God, he's a big Knesset member, or he was... I debated far-right Zionist people, and there are some things that I think that Israel hasn't done itself any favors.
Sure, that's not what I'm saying.
Let him finish.
Okay, go ahead.
Like, the West Bank stuff is atrocious, and Israel is
like,
arguably,
shut the fuck up,
if
I wanna
World
hear
War
him
III
talk.
starts from the Middle East, it's because Israel, in all of its arrogance, hasn't aggressively tried hard enough to pursue some sort of peaceful arrangement with the Palestinians. That's the entry point for Iran to have an interest in this region and to do bad things. It's a reason for the population.
You think
the
that's
Gulf states
Iran's
and
interest
Egypt.
as the Palestinians? I would dispute that. I don't.
No, I think Iran's interest is fucking with
The
Israel.
land.
Palestinians is
Oh.
a good excuse. But if they weren't an excuse, right? Look at what happened. You know where a lot of Palestinian people live? In fucking Jordan, right? And guess
Yeah.
what Jordan did when Iran launched those missiles? They shot some of them down,
Yeah.
right? Israel needs to do something because right now I think the issue is both sides like the status quo. Palestinians, because they literally never suffer any political defeats ever. They can always say 67 borders, 60, no matter how many times they fuck up, it's always 67 borders. And the whole international is like, yeah, international law. And Israel's like, okay, well, we'll keep fighting because we're expanding all of our settlements. We're making more and more gains. Like, fuck you guys, I guess. That status quo can't exist any longer.
I
It has to
agree.
stop.
I agree. I think that, as usual, innocent people suffer at the hands of terrible government leaders. But I want to say this to you.
Yeah,
The thing that
that's
enrages
usually how it
me
fucking
and
goes.
enraged me about watching you with Finkelstein, and we started the show like this, is that he takes this holier than
Finkelly?
thou moral high ground, and it is so fraudulent, and it is such bullshit. I hate him because I have receipts.
All right.
No.
But he's entertaining.
Don't.
Sounds like you're changing the subject.
Me?
This chick's
well, I'm not changing the subject. I mean, I'm
got a certain
trying
energy.
Well, but I want Noam to respond to, because I think Noam, I
Interjections.
would imagine, disagrees strongly with Mr. Bonnell just
the
said.
West Bank.
He's trying his best not to say Mr. Borelli. I'm telling you. But the fact that this guy's name is Gnome, it's uncanny. Just get.
I mean, I think that
and I would
Israel prefer.
I would have thought about it for like a minute. Like, hey, that's funny. I made a gnome in World of Warcraft once, but just the fact that Destiny is obviously the gnome.
To be in a constant state of war and
No. My take on that is that I agree with you that the settlements are atrocious, and that especially the most recent coalition government is atrocious, but that the Second Intifada, and then 2008. And then 2014.
Yeah, and then the March of Return with the balloons in 2018. Yeah,
the have
another one
ought to have demonstrated to any reasonable person that there is zero interest and political will on that side to make a deal. Number one, and number two, then even if you get that far, which I don't think you can, then you have to be able to say, and if they made a deal, whoever made that deal would then be able to promise Israel that 6 months later Hamas would be sending rockets in. And obviously they can't do that either. So I would say on their side, it's an actual rejection of peace. And in the Israeli side, it's an opportunistic use of their rejection of peace to be selfish and try to get what, I mean, in other words, we should say they should leave it pristine. Don't make a fucking move on the West Bank. And that apparently is too tempting for these religious people. And then the Israeli electoral politics, kind of like ours, is so on the razor's edge that these small parties have, and that's not written in stone, have so much power that they're able to extract these settlements and whatever it is. And that's terrible. I can't defend it. I'm just saying it happened. But in the essence of truth, in my opinion, is if a Palestinian leader wanted peace, said he wanted peace, made a speech for peace, the Israeli public would immediately fall in line. And I know Benny Morris agrees with me. And you know,
now I remember why I was leaning back.
You got to spend time with him. He's, I think,
fucking late.
He's an intellectual hero of mine. And he's a very brave guy. And it's very interesting how he went from being such a huge advocate for the Palestinians to such a dismissive of the Palestinians while not changing a single fact that he thinks is true. I compared it to this meme that goes around of a left-handed pitcher and a right-handed pitcher. And some people see it as a left-handed pitcher. Some people see it as a right-handed pitcher. And people who see it as left-handed say, what the fuck? How can you possibly see it as right-handed? You know? And I think a lot of disagreements are like that. Like that's, people get mad at each other. But they just actually, and
the dress is blue.
On that point, when Finkelstein said in that debate to Benny Morris, I can't even imagine being in the mind of an Israeli. I don't even want to try to get into their mind. As a historian, you're literally Jewish. You can't imagine what people is. But you can speak for Hamas and then support the Houthis? Wait, what? Yeah.
So Benny Morris, he saw a left-handed pitcher.
Oh man, I love when he's
and
like
after the Second Intifada,
dumbfounded
and
mad.
Other episodes, now he sees a right-handed pitcher. The actual picture hasn't changed. It just he had an epiphany in that way, and I think his more recent epiphany with the benefit of wisdom of age and these events, I think that's the actual true one. But I don't want to defend outrageous conduct of Israel. I'd like Israel to be holier than fucking now, so nobody could say a single word about their behavior, and that's not the case.
But they would anyway. Even
Right,
if they
that's
were
fine.
holier
That's
than
not, but that's not an excuse.
Yeah, you want to.
It's frustrating that
No, you can
there
stand
are
on that
good
integrity.
reasons why people will say the Palestinians feel the way that they feel. But I feel like that same charitability is never granted on the other side. They're like, well, of course the Palestinians are upset. You continue to expand settlements in the Oslo Accords. It's like, okay, well, there are also still suicide bombers.
an open air
Well,
prison.
of course the Palestinians feel upset. You blockaded their stuff. And it's like, well, yeah, that's because in 2004, 2005, when Hamas was taking over, a whole bunch of shit got shipped in there, right? And even during the Second Intifada, that's where a lot of the weapons and stuff came in. It's like, there's always an excuse made for why the Palestinians feel the way they do and the reasons they're taking the action to do. But, like, is there any...
But there
Selective
is one
empathy,
difference,
right?
That if you were to graph the Palestinian attitude towards Israel since 1900, there's really
Not
no
much change.
If you were to graph the Jewish attitude about wanting peace and what is a huge slope toward the right.
Yeah, but this is why I'm so naive and stupid, okay? Because I thought that, like, with a conversation with scholars, it's going to look a lot different than my horrible online debates. We were just screaming at each other. This was the worst. The most interesting thing to me, especially with all those people, like, even if it could have just been between Benny and...
Hold up. I didn't think about that. This guy was like, I'm going to get away from these fucking moronic Twitch debates. This stupid fucking... woke politics, whatever. And then he gets to Norm Finkelstein and he's like, bro, this guy I studied 6 months of Wikipedia for this fucking war just so I could be mocked by some old fuck who now in hindsight we realize is probably one of the funniest human beings alive. Just for the two bad apes alone, that shit is golden. Also,
Finkelstein.
dynamic pose, baby. Let's go.
The most interesting thing to me is that all of the normative power and the moral loading today comes from two fundamentally different histories between what happened in that region. And it would have been so interesting to go back and forth, point by point. Like, where are all of the peace deals that Palestinians offered that were left on the table? Is there even one? There's not, right? Why can we say, I asked Moeen, like, you're saying that the Israeli logic is one of exclusion, that Zionism is a supremacist organization that and an ideology that would never allow for... Okay, well, what about Lucen? When they accepted, they would have taken the whole Gaza Strip in 52. What about for the partition plan in 47? What about in 48 when they kept some Arab...
Peel Commission, when it was a...
Yeah, there are more Arab Israelis today than there are Jews living in every other country in the Arab world. Like...
I think their one peace offer was... the whole thing is Palestine, but some of the Jews can stay if they have been there sufficiently long.
Sure, yeah,
and they can speak and they can learn Arabic and live as a minority.
Yeah, and how can you say it's just the different histories?
What a deal!
Like, even when you think of 67, like when you go back to the 67 borders, that doesn't mean... A lot of people think that means going back to what, Palestine? That was just occupied territory by Jordan and Egypt. That was never Palestine. Like, why? But it became bad when the Jews occupied it, or... Yeah, it's just so frustrating. Even my contemporary understanding,
what's it called? Transjordan?
Probably 4 or 5 months ago, and find me saying things like, "Yeah, Hamas is bad. We need way more moderate people like the PA or the PLO." And Fatah, I didn't know the history. And then when I go and it's like, "Oh, these organizations have literally always been doing this. They were called Fedayeen, then they were called PLO, then they were Black September and civil wars." It's like, okay, well, fuck me. It's always been like this type of conflict.
Also, do you agree with this? And this doesn't apply
crazy
to all
sales,
Israeli advocates for
all
sure.
month.
Mm-hmm.
But with Benny Morris versus Finkelstein,
Stein.
There is.
I'm glad you people make that mistake. I never know.
I don't know.
I never know if it's Stein.
You people, eh?
So I'm glad you guys fuck it up.
This is
too.
how you get thrown off Twitch. You say you people.
Yeah, I do. Well, I'm already thrown off Twitch. I do say you people.
Let's go.
There is a different spirit.
I'm free.
Morris really, in his heart, is constantly trying to see things.
Hey, yo, Duck Festity fan.
One of the things I like about Morris,
good to see you, yo.
read them. Any fact that you might
Me too.
need to make the Palestinian argument, you
Hashtag
can
me
find
too.
in Morris's book. He includes almost like he relishes in including inconvenient facts in his book.
My angry face
And he updates
glowing
his
in red.
history too. Remember, because he said there was actually more expulsion than I realized, and he updates his writing accordingly.
Homing missiles
Where
or
Finkelstein's books, I've read those too, and I've gone to the footnotes. He leaves out all sorts of things. He has one thing where there's a break the silence as these Israeli soldiers who.
How's your night been
And he
treating you,
quotes
yo?
the-
Or
in the
whatever
book, and I
time
went
zone
on-
you're in?
And I downloaded
you know?
the actual transcripts, and he just lops off
How you doing?
huge exculpatory paragraphs by the very same people he quotes.
He's a David Irving.
Benny Morris, Benny Morris would never do such a thing.
The Arabs returning was inevitable. It's oh man,
Never,
bro.
ever, ever. And that says something.
Quoting the
or
book to
could
the
say
guy.
something about the merits of the underlying.
About the caliber
Actual
book. Yeah, I remember
content
the
god.
day before that debate, I asked
Faithful
Benny if he wanted to
determination
go.
with eyes of a dreamer.
I had
Nice.
this as a
True.
whole note and everything because I wanted to
For
make sure
real.
that I wasn't going to say anything stupid and that I wasn't missing anything and we could run through everything. And something he
That's
said
the
was very
fire that
interesting. I don't think
burns
this
in
ever
my
came up in the
fucking-
debate. But I
in my
brought up the
chest.
differences in like there are no archives that we have access to for a lot of the theocratic dictatorial states or whatever, which is unfortunate. And one thing Benny Morris brought up that I thought was really interesting is Benny Morris says that for a long time in Israeli.
I'm going for a specific quest that I have to hit people with my axes, so I don't actually really want to increase too much of the damage from these external spells. But anyways.
Or Levant
blah, blah, blah.
history or whatever, like for this region, you've got written records and archives by Israelis, but a lot of the Arab people would do things like oral tradition, and they would tell stories and pass these down. But Benny said that through all of his research, and when you track down a lot of the oral tradition, and then you compare that to the written record, they actually line up like pretty closely. Like he was willing to give credit on a lot of that stuff.
Burn
And
chance,
I
eh?
do agree that there's a difference in caliber between, God, even reading Finkelstein's books are unbelievable. And then chasing the annotations, it's David Irving. Yeah, he'll ask things or he'll say something like, let's go read the actual source of that. It's like, what? That's what you got from that? It's like unbelievable. Yeah.
Try looking at the annotations.
That's
on
amazing.
Rashid Khalidi's book.
Oh, I've heard of his name, but I haven't read any of his.
Oh, the footnotes are actually meaningless. Anyway, sir.
Well, I just have a couple of questions about
man.
attention deficit
The
hyperactivity.
level of just
if
like
I may. For which you are being treated with Liz
incomprehensible.
amphetamine. I'm reading is
The what?
Correct. That's right.
Is the chem name for the brand name Vyvanse. Is ADHD
I thought he was
something that causes?
I thought he was hitting him with like a Ligma fucking type of joke. Hold up, that's like
Liz Dex amphetamine.
Liz Dix
for which you
or
are
some
being
shit like
treated
this.
with,
Like, hey, you like
Liz Dex
swallowing Liz
amphetamine,
Dix every
I'm
morning?
reading is
Take a pill of that shit.
Correct,
Fucking
that's right.
Is the chem name
hit him
for
with
the brand
slur.
name Vyvanse.
Oh,
Is
gold.
ADHD something that causes distress, or is it just something that causes poor functioning?
Looking
Now,
back,
like if you had
there
$1
was
billion
probably
and you didn't have to work, you didn't have to make any money.
looking back, there's probably stress from the dysfunction of whatever, having poor focus. That looking, in hindsight, 2020, it's like, oof. I probably would have, sailed through life a lot smoother if I could fucking focus on what I was doing in front of me, or not read the
ADHD be a
page 3
problem?
times.
Would it be
If
hurtful?
you got $1 billion, not much in life is a problem, I guess. Depends
Well,
on how you're doing it, but-
depression would be a problem.
Yeah, it could
Schizoph-
theoretically, yeah.
because
No, yeah, I
it's
understand.
distressing.
Yeah, but like $1 billion is gonna it's gonna do a lot of legwork to help push the fucking depression out of sight and out of mind. You can be lonely. I get that you can still be a sad person, but or have like a chemical imbalance or whatever the fuck. If it's objective, physical, biological issue versus like psychological and conscious issue.
Yeah.
But is ADHD distressing?
Yeah, I don't know if ADHD would be considered distressing. I think that basically what ADHD means is you have varying levels of executive dysfunction. So for an ordinary person, you should be able to do a thing that you don't really want to do, but you can force yourself to do it, and you should be able to do that.
It's funny he says that. One of the weirdest, or like, it was a one time. I don't get this compliment often, just because it's so weird. But I was with the chick, we were working on some stuff, and I used to work for her. And anyways, we're chilling, and it was in a much more like flirtatious circumstance. We weren't working together anymore, and she was like, "You have really good executive function." And I was like, "Okay." We were doing a bunch of cleaning and shit, and she was like trying to jump to a certain step here or there, and like, oh, we should move this, and it was like, if we move that, there's not gonna be enough space. Like, I'm just doing the Tetris in my head because I've lived in all sorts of crammed spaces, and I guess she just like, whatever, hadn't been thinking ahead. So the fact that I explained whatever like 6 obstacles we were gonna hit and how we need to move this, so there's space for that, and then put that over. If we take care of this first, fucking carry the 1 divided by this, whatever. Here's the game plan, and yeah. Anyways, it was just a weird fucking, just like, well, never got that one before, but I'll take it. Anyways, that just reminded me when he mentioned executive dysfunction, and the reason it's extra funny to me is because I'm convinced I probably have some undiagnosed ADHD. And I've had people ask me that. They're like, yo, do you have this, by the way, this condition? Because listen to you talk. I assume so.
For ADHD, those types of tasks become exponentially more difficult. So you're more impulsive. You've got a really hard time staying on task with something you don't really...
Which, I was about to say, that's sort of the thing, though, right? It's like, if I'm into the thing, if I'm focused, if I'm in the zone, I'm there, which is the hyper element of the ADHD. But there's definitely times where it's like I'm either too distracted, or I so specifically am like, I can't stop engaging with the thing I'm doing, like working on music or something like that. I'm like, oh, I just need to like tweak it a little bit more, and like, oh, if I just a little more, one more thing, and like, you just like stay in the fucking zone. Yeah, it's a bit of a problem, but
really have much of an interest in.
I'm learning how to catch myself on that, and just, especially, it's really just when I have somewhere to be, or like a store is gonna close and I have to get there before that time. It's like, oof, I need to come on. The project will be there when I get back. Just go.
That would basically be ADHD in a nutshell, I think. Yeah. The issue with all types of mental stuff, though, is that like everybody will have it in varying degrees. So it kind of seems like, well, yeah, I could have ADHD or whatnot.
I have, but you also have hyper focus, right? That's also a thing that people with ADHD have.
I think hyper focus is a bit of a misnomer. I think what happens is if you have ADHD, your brain is pretty dopamine starved. So when you find something that gives you a constant stream of rewards,
grabs you.
Fixate on it. I had this issue with my son for a while before I thought that ADHD was a real thing. When he was 7, I think he's when
Speaking
he was
of which, I'll smoke a bowl real quick.
And I was like, there's no way my kid has ADHD. He
Bottoms up,
plays Minecraft for
motherfucker.
10 hours if I let him. And I'm a professional gamer. I play StarCraft for 16 hours a day. There's no way I have ADHD. But then I do a lot more reading, and
like,
I
that's
realized
exactly
an
indicator
that
you do have it.
Sense that, yeah, the people. I don't like it when people call it hyper focus, because the implication is that you can, like, when you need to, you can really concentrate on something. But it's only when there is that direct reward that's like right there for you. So if you've got to cram up,
actually, that's really funny too. That sounds like ADHD. True. I think I know which part you're responding to in that. Although, oh right, you mean the 16 hours a day playing Minecraft type of stuff. It's funny. I was playing my friend's electric guitar or his bass guitar. I forget. He has both. I think it was the electric, like 6-string, because it's the one I'm more comfortable and just better at. I've invested way more years and time on that. The point is, his mom comes in, and it's like, moms in general like to see that their kids are doing something, instead of just smoking the weeds and playing their video games. Get out there, play a sport, play some piano. It's a beautiful, wholesome thing. So I'm playing my guitar, and they're like, it's so like nice, that you stay dedicated and passionate and focused. And I would always kind of, like, I'm being facetious. It's my little self-deprecating humor or whatever the fuck. But I was like, I don't know if it's anything I can get credit for. It's more of an addiction than it is like discipline, I'd like to think I get up every day and put in the work, but it's more like I fucking need to play, bro, or else I get like irritable and I'm pissed off and stressed. I gotta like unwind my brain by jamming and blasting shit to get the endorphins from it. And I just, autism, ADD or ADHD into the zone and try to become one with the instrument, but it's exactly what he was saying. And it's funny, actually, the only conversation I've had with Destiny, which was on stream, on Tomfoolier's stream, but it got referenced today on Destiny's stream in that like Guru podcast thing, where there's like a tiny clip. People message me, they're like, yo, you popped up in stream today. But in that conversation where I was talking to him, Lav, and Catnip, there was some point that came around to the idea of like men who just have this particular focus, and I pretty sure I said exactly spend 16 hours a day practicing, you know, playing music or whatever it might be, playing video games. If you're just like in the zone for some Diablo or StarCraft, just one more run, let's go, hit play game again and run it back. And yeah, anyways, it's that exact type where you just wake up and just live in, you immerse yourself like a motherfucker. But it has to be something like, for me, it's music and video games, which I joke are like childish. You know, it's like my 16-year-old self getting to do what he wanted, but 16 years later, 17. Oof. But regardless, it's clearly a rewarding or like satisfying experience relative to most, say, jobs. Although, to be fair, when I am at work or have been at work for different jobs that I feel like I can really fucking like get into it and kind of try to kick ass at the job, or particularly ones that require like physical effort, but even just simple shit that was like very assembly line. Yeah, I don't know, I guess there's times where I've been able to focus it in. I think the fact that I was being paid for those things was like enough of an incentive that I had like motivators to, I don't know that I would enjoy it, but I would definitely get in the fucking zone and like try to just become a fucking machine. Where even the dude who was just like an asshole to everyone, and I know he didn't like me, it was just like, even this fucker, as much as I hate him, like, this guy busts his ass, and I'm like, it's the Persian blood, yo. I'm sweating my balls off in like paisley tie-dye pants, doing whatever with the wrench, and he's just like, I fucking hate you, but you fucking go hard. So
on paper immediately, if somebody's standing over your shoulder with a gun,
super ADHD activate.
You can sit,
or Vyvanse powers in this case. It's the limitless pill for him. This, actually, I should screenshot this exact fucking. Hold on, I'm actually gonna screenshot this. Copy video frame. I'll be using that later.
sit there and do it. But I mean, a normal person could
That's
do
what
that.
I was
without
when
the,
I was
you
in,
know.
but in school, I just couldn't focus. It was horrible. But then finals week, I could sit down 12 hours a day and study for the.
Also, you could sit and play guitar for long periods of time as well.
Yeah, sure, I could do that. Anything I like.
Like I said.
Doing.
Hey. Right as I looked into Discord for 2 seconds. Is it right now? Oh, it's 10 minutes ago. Sick. But new video with the new thumbnail. Feels good, man. That's not the title anymore. What the? Oh, it must not have updated on the embed.
The discipline to do some things to this day, things I really
well, look, if you don't, I think everybody has that. If the definition of ADHD is having a difficult time doing stuff you don't want to do, that's probably everyone.
Now, my roommate Don in college, he did his homework every day. He was organized. He you know, he powered.
A lot of that is parenting,
and he was unhappy if he didn't. And I could never do that. I couldn't match his,
in my opinion, at least,
will.
And I don't mean,
and it just feels, yeah.
I don't mean to say that as in like people are bad parents who don't craft their kid that way, or that people are bad people if they're not able to adopt those disciplines. But I just think it's like some parents are either unable to like enforce on their kids, or they're so fucking busy doing whatever they're doing to try and provide for the family that they're not able to be there to instill those routines and habits from such an early age that you like, that's just what life is to you. It's not a matter of like, oh, I have to adopt this thing, I have to do this thing that's like a pain in the ass I don't want to do. It's like you already grew up when you were 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, 4 is a bit young, but like from those single digit, like simple tasks, but single digit age into teenagers especially. I feel like if you can instill good habits and like a sense of discipline or responsibility to like take care of things and live at a certain quality, exist at a certain quality of life, then it's probably not as difficult to force yourself to do shit like from a position of necessity or discipline as an adult. Man, fixing that shit when you're older, ooh. I speak from experience when I say it sucks.
And it just feels stupid because it took me until I was 34 34 and whatever 35, because I just feel like every day I was like, I can do this. It's just I just have to sit and do a thing, and it feels stupid. Like, why the fuck do I need a pill for this? How much of an idiot am I that I can't just like sit and read a particular thing? But oh my god, I mean, like, yeah, I didn't know anything about it. It was, truly, like, people make fun of me for this, but I didn't really know much about anything in the region prior to October 7th, and then I was like, okay, fuck it, let's just start.
You're a moron.
Yeah, true.
Did there any?
Let him go.
Motormouth, Wikipedia, yeah. Something that the first time I saw him, I got a little bit of respect for him. I couldn't tell if he was fucking me the whole time. There's one time towards the end of the debate where I copied his strategy, and he does this thing. He does like the Vader hand, where he holds his hand up. Yeah. There's one time towards the end of the debate where I do that. I was like, let me finish stuff, and he actually shuts up when I do it. And he leans back and he smiles a little bit. It's like, are you fucking with me the whole time? I actually can't tell. God, fuck.
I think there's an element of that.
Yeah, I think there is. Yeah.
Guarantee is like, it seems Mr. Brownlee's learning. Good for him. Yes. I will challenge him again, and I will increase my power.
There absolutely is. And you see it through the rest of his, I didn't know until after, the rest of his life behavior. Oh my god. Yeah.
Well, you're leaving town tomorrow?
Tomorrow morning. Yeah.
Too bad, apes.
All right, because there's a lot of people coming down tomorrow night that you'd really enjoy meeting, and they would love to meet you. But all right.
Kid, that sounded so horrible. Yeah, but I live online. It's not like a Jewish conspiracy thing.
Wait. What did he say?
I did a clip. So yeah. Well, I actually can't tell. God, where he holds his hand and he leans back and he smiles a little bit. It's like, are you fucking with me? I actually can't tell. God,
I think there's an element of that.
Yeah, I think there is. Yeah, there absolutely is. And you see it through the rest of his, I didn't know until after, the rest of his life behavior. Oh my god. Yeah.
Well, you're leaving town tomorrow?
Tomorrow morning. Yeah.
Oh shit. All right, because there's a lot of people coming down tomorrow night that you'd really enjoy meeting, and they would love to meet you. But all right.
Kid, that sounded so horrible. Yeah, but I live online. It's not like a Jewish conspiracy thing. I did a clip. So every now and then, okay. So when I was doing my research for all of this,
I feel like something's.
When I was doing the research for all of this,
it doesn't feel like that's a response to what he just said, where it's like, oh, people would love to see you, and like, blah blah blah. Good, love to meet you, or whatever. Fuck, I'd love you to meet them. He's just like, oh, that sounds horrible. Unless he was just saying like, it sounds horrible, I gotta leave or whatever, but I don't think so. Anyways, whatever.
Starting from nothing, I'm legitimately reading and researching everything online. So
because he just also mentioned, like, especially with Finkelstein's like background or like personal life. Maybe that's what he's referring to, actually, even in context with no cuts. That makes sense, I think. That just took me a little fucking second to parse.
Asking questions, and sometimes I look down because I'm asking because I don't know a thing.
Like, for instance, Jewish conspiracy isn't like looking into Finkelstein like, what's up with this guy? It's like, no, not Jewish stuff. It's the too bad apes, bro. It's the fucking no sleep tonight.
There's one part where I'm going through a whole bunch of old maps trying to find if Palestine is on it. And a lot of them are angled differently. A lot of them have a lot of different names. And there's one map that comes up and it's like colored. And I'm trying to find like, oh, where's Israel, Palestine on this? And then eventually I find it and it was just an ordinary map. And I was like, oh. But people clip that and they're like, oh, 3 months ago, you couldn't even find Israel on a map. And that's what they're quoting from. And I'm like, okay. So at some point I'm like, well, fuck it. If I'm just going to get quoted in like 20-second things, I'm just going to say some wild, stupid shit. And I went on some 1-minute thing because I talked to Ben and then I talked to Candace Owens and Candace Owens got fired. And somebody said,
she's a great genius, by the way, but go ahead.
A very great genius, yeah. And somebody asked me, did you get her fired? And then I did some whole 1-minute spiel about how, because I've been so faithful to Israel and the Mossad's talking point.
I saw that.
Yeah, the Jew-lumni. And people went with it online and actually believed that that was a real thing. So when you just said, now I got a bunch of people that would really like to meet you tomorrow. People are going to hear that like, it's the fucking Messiah.
So what he did was he purposely baited people to cut him out of context, but he said, I'm going to say that, and sure enough, they did cut him out of context and spread it around to,
But it was such an obviously stupid, the Jew-lumni, like alumni for Jews. I said that, and they believed that that was a real thing, the Jew-lumni. Like, Jesus Christ.
All right, I would love to meet Candace Owens.
She's a fellow Stanford High graduate, albeit a couple of years after me.
She is really, she's not, there are a lot of nuts people out there now who are very influential conspiracy theorists who from time to time say things that many of us agree with, and then they get a pass by those people who agree with them to say that there's space aliens and all.
Wait, Omni equals Inwo? This is some sort of abbreviation pun joke for Israeli something NWO. I'm sure I should know what that fucking expands to, but you've gone over my head, Doug Festany fan. You've Thank you, New World Order. It's like I know it's in there somewhere. It's like I haven't watched the Zeitgeist movie in 12 fucking years, so I'm a little loose on my Illuminati fucking Jim Carrey clips and all this type of stuff. But oh yes, of course, the New World Order. We will all be run by one globalist government, and they will control. You will own nothing, and you will be happy. And it will be the Jews who program it.
And
this was a joke. Please don't ban me, Twitch.
Real problem. She's crazy.
You get something correct, like one time. Was it a...
The question is, though, Hailstorm Vortex or Spirit Warriors? I should probably do this one because of the point I made earlier, but I like the Spirit Warriors too much.
What was the name of the guy in The Big Short? Michael Burry?
I don't know.
I think he predicted the housing stock crash. And now if you look at any of his financial predictions, they're all horrible, but people will always riot on that one good prediction.
He made one good guess, though.
And it's just like, yeah.
Tucker Carlson
do it again?
says one crazy thing after another. And you'd think he'd be laughed out of polite society. He's not. And smart people will defend him. But didn't you hear when he said that the Pentagon is studying alien spaceships for their weapon systems? And he says that's a fact. We know that now. That should be the end of Tucker Carlson, right? When we had gatekeepers back when I was a kid, that would have been the end. You would have just gone off into the night. But now nothing. Same thing with Candace Owens.
We didn't have Zucker
one crazy
on
thing
TV
after another. The Muslim Quarter is a concentration camp.
That's a craziness that keeps them relevant, I think.
True, actually.
And is part of the secret sauce to their success.
Absolutely.
One of the things I felt recently, I said this,
the spicy
that I don't
takes
think anything can happen
and the
anymore.
entertainment
That's just
value.
like a thing that happens. It always has to be part of some fucking plot.
Yes.
Like the fires in Hawaii was Jewish space lasers, or the train derailment in East Palestine was like the Democrats trying to poison the environment. You remember that a year or two ago? Or I don't remember. Like every single new event that happened. Oh, the bridge getting hit was the Mossad trying to get pressure off of Israel. Every single thing that happens has to be part of some broader conspiracy. It's so ridiculous.
By the Jews.
Wow, right.
And most of them are not. All right.
Next episode, you'll tell us which ones are.
I can't tell you. We don't know you well enough yet. But we're close. All right, sir. It's great pleasure to meet you. You did a fantastic job on that debate. You're a righteous goy. And
you get an invitation to Shabbat dinner.
Thanks. I'll keep that in mind.
And as you go in and out of New York, I'd like you to make this a stop to hang out here. You probably enjoy the Comedy Cellar. And I want to thank you very much for stopping in.
I was just gonna say, actually, it's cool that he's doing this podcast in specific. Oh, and also the Ryan Long podcast. Shit. I guess I'll probably save that for tomorrow, realistically. But in general, it's just cool that he's pushing into the comedy world, or like comedy podcast circuit.
Well, thanks. I appreciate it. I've heard really cool things about you. I just came from Ryan Long's show, and they said that you were a guy that has like huge principled attachments to talking to a lot of people, and they were super grateful that you're here. So I hear a lot of amazing things about you. So thanks. I'm honored that you had me here. And
Ryan is terrific. Ryan is terrific.
Hey,
Podcast at comedy.com.
Nice.
For comments, questions, and suggestions. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay. Everyone's getting dumber. Is this
a little bit? I think that.
Oh yeah, this is from a while ago. I have to go back and find where I was in this, and yeah, I'm not gonna do that right now. But we can do this for now.
That's why I love talking about video games from the PlayStation 1, Nintendo 64, and Sega Saturn. One of the main reasons why I love talking about video games from the PlayStation 1, Nintendo 64, and Sega Saturn era is the way developers would overcome challenges based on the hardware that they were working with. And this is definitely a lost
Switch gears to some
in
old
2024, when
gaming
you take a look at
content.
the Xbox and the PlayStation, for all intents and purposes, the hardware is almost identical in terms of architecture. And in turn, when we look at the video games themselves, other than a few differences in resolution, frame rate, and some post-processing effects, the games are one-to-one identical. But you'll notice over on the Nintendo Switch, with a completely different architecture,
Damn it, I lost the ice
ports
shards.
from the Xbox or PlayStation tend to suffer in terms of their performance. Now, of course, there are always exceptions to this when it comes to the impossible ports, including The Witcher 3, Doom Eternal,
I should not have taken all that
Wolfenstein, and a
damage.
couple
No,
of
that was
others.
not
But undoubtedly, the best Nintendo Switch
necessary or
experiences are the
helpful.
ones that were built exclusively for the hardware in mind. But this concept is not new. If we go back to the days of the PlayStation and the Nintendo 64, developers would have to be creative to overcome specific challenges. But the question is why? Aren't both PlayStation
like a year
1
late.
and
I
Nintendo
can't really complain about
64
spoilers at this
capable of
point.
fast 3D? Well, of course, the answer is yes. But underneath the covers, both systems in terms of architecture are very different, and the way that they handle 3D in turn is also very different. And many games were built exclusively for the target platform.
PS1
and this is
and
why
64,
I believe
right?
so
Yeah.
strongly that we got some of the very best games during that era, thanks to the limitations of the hardware and the way the developers would overcome them. The Sony PlayStation, of course, was Sony's very first system and their immediate jump into the world of 3D, and it was very successful. It comes standard with just 2 megabytes of memory on board, but also contained 1 megabyte of dedicated video memory or VRAM. Its main feature, of course, is the CD-based technology, which could hold approximately 660 megabytes of code and data on a single disc. This meant, of course, that games could be larger in scope,
of
with a
RAM
vast
or
library
memory,
of assets,
whatever the
textures,
fuck.
sound being loaded in as needed. And to overcome these small memory limitations of the PlayStation, developers would often hide loading screens during transitions in the game. For example, in Resident Evil, the current scene is unloaded and a new scene is loading from disk as the door opening sequence is shown. As the end user, you may not even notice this. Another great example are the Final Fantasy games. When a fight sequence starts, there's that swirly motion blur effect, and you know that the fight is about to begin. But what's actually happening is the game
it's
is
loading in
hiding
the
loading
assets.
from the end user. Now, to be very clear, on the Nintendo 64,
I
there is
see.
still loading that's going on. But because of its cartridge-based architecture, things can be loaded in
Way
much
faster, right?
faster.
Yeah.
Take, for example, this scene in Diddy Kong Racing. As we approach the door to access the first set of stages, when we run the game in wireframe mode, new geometry data is read from cartridge and the new scene is quickly constructed. Or how about this scene in Mario 64? As Mario approaches the doorway to the first stage, you can see that geometry is loading in preparation for Mario to enter the scene. It all seems pretty seamless, doesn't it? And unfortunately, the PlayStation 1 had much slower seek times to pull its data from. A great example
way
is
slower.
Quake 2. Technically very impressive on the PlayStation 1, but it's crippled with loading pauses that can really take the player out of the experience.
Destroy the
Over
experience,
on the Nintendo
honestly.
64, it's quite seamless. And thanks to this very fast cartridge access, meant that some games on the Nintendo 64 would create what was known as hub worlds, which was a central location where a player can simply venture out in different areas of the game and unlock levels as they complete them. And this is a very clever way of masking the loading between levels and worlds, thanks to the very fast cartridge access of the Nintendo 64. Now let's be clear, hub worlds were not created or invented on the Nintendo 64. In fact, the very first time I remember a hub world was when I played Castle of Illusion on the Sega Genesis all the way back in the early 90s.
Oh my god.
And this is something that I really want to stress here.
Oh, the Mickey Mouse
Video
game?
developers understood the limitations of the hardware that they were working with.
I remember
and
watching
came up
someone
with
beat this.
unique and interesting ways to make things happen. But that's not to say that the PlayStation 1 was inferior to the Nintendo 64. Far from it, in fact. Where the PlayStation 1 really came into its own was its very fast 3D and texture mapping capabilities.
Okay,
Simply
we're
put,
catching
the
some heels.
PlayStation 1 has much larger texture sizes over the Nintendo 64. And thanks to its very large storage capacity meant that many textures could be stored onto CD. And this is what made the PS1 an absolute beast when it came to RPGs. Pre-rendered backgrounds became very popular in the mid-90s thanks to the PlayStation 1, and it meant that developers that were still coming to terms with 3D rendering would work with their artists to come up with some unique and really amazing 2D experiences. And this was something that was very popular in games such as Final Fantasy VII, Resident Evil, Chrono Cross, just to name a few. These pre-rendered visuals that we've seen on the PS1 really do make up the fabric of what makes the PS1 such an amazing system even to this day. And in order to make these pre-rendered backgrounds seem more dynamic, developers would superimpose visual effects over the top of these backgrounds. And there are so many examples of this that I've seen in many different PlayStation 1 titles over the years, but let me know what your favorite pre-rendered backgrounds are in the comments below. Now, of course, on the Nintendo 64,
It's reminding me to go play FF7 again.
Resident Evil 2
Play it through
was
to completion
the
this time,
impossible
but
port
oof.
that came to the hardware. And of course,
Don't
there
tell.
are other examples of pre-rendered visuals in other games. But when we talk about the Nintendo 64,
N64 used it as well.
3D. And while on paper that may
Ocarina
seem
of Time
like
has
it's a lot more powerful than the
pre-rendered
PlayStation,
backgrounds
in
for a couple
practice, it
places.
also came with its own limitations. Specification-wise, the N64 comes with more main memory with 4 megabytes, which can be expanded to 8 thanks to the expansion pack, which we did recently cover on the channel. Furthermore, the Nintendo 64 can handle things such as bilinear filtering, mip mapping, anti-aliasing, hardware-based lighting, and very importantly, perspective correction thanks to its Z buffer. And the goal of the Nintendo 64 was to be a powerful 3D console. But on the downside, the Nintendo 64, while cartridge-based, only had a very tiny texture cache of 4 kilobytes, and texture sizes were quite small at 64 by 32 size pixels were the maximum size allowed for color textures. Coupled with the anti-aliasing and bilinear filtering meant that many games often looked very blurry with that Vaseline effect that really did turn some people away from the N64. And because of the very rigid texture requirements of the Nintendo 64,
PS1 had some
this
fucking
meant that
janked
developers had to be very
texture
careful when it
wobble
came
and
to
all this shit
constructing
too.
3D models. And in many instances, to simulate body parts on a character model, they would use what was known as garage shading, which essentially just interpolates color across a triangle using vertex normals, completely eliminating the need for any textures. And as such, this is a very clever optimization technique. Take for example this 3D model of Banjo from Banjo-Kazooie. It only requires 805 triangles. And as you can see,
no textures,
there's a lot of color shading
or like
going on here.
not
There's
many,
only a
I guess.
handful of textures that are actually used, including the eye textures, the textures for
Belt
the
thing or whatever
backpack,
that is?
the pants, as well as for the feet, just to name a couple. And these textures themselves are quite small and only 16 by 16 pixels wide, which in turn is only about 500 bytes or so in size. This means that these textures can quite easily fit through the 4 kilobytes of texture cache. Now, over on the PlayStation, it could also perform Gurad and flat shading, and of course texture mapping. But its biggest limitation was its lack of depth or Z buffer, and any floating point operations. Simply put, lack of floating point meant that textures would jiggle around and snap into place.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That shit was
and a lack of Z buffer
super jarring.
It was up to the developer to display geometry in the correct order. Furthermore, the PlayStation 1
moves
does
around.
not properly account for the camera's perspective during the texturing process. Instead, the PS1 uses a fine texture mapping, and this texture mapping is what causes the warping that we see on PS1 games. Now this of course is all very well known, but it's made it very difficult for developers to build out larger 3D worlds on the PlayStation, and in many instances would simply just clip geometry as it got far enough into the distance. Silent Hill 1 is a great example of a survival horror game that uses fog to build tension and atmosphere, but in reality it's simply masking a limitation of the hardware. Another game that does this is Tekken 3. If you take a look at the arcade original and compare it side by side with the PlayStation, things look almost identical, but take a closer look at the backgrounds. On the PlayStation, they're all 2D, whereas on the arcade, it's fully 3D.
Base arcade supremacy? Well, in the past.
Of course, clever developers could work around
Flawless
any challenge.
victory.
Crash Bandicoot and Spyro were examples of very well optimized 3D worlds that had hand-rolled Z buffering and level of detail, and it showed that in the right hands, the PlayStation 1 was more than capable of getting the job done. And some of the more impressive 3D games on the PS1 could sit side by side with anything that the Nintendo 64 could do, but it took time and commitment. On the flip side, Resident Evil 2 on the N64 isn't really a game that would ever be meant for the N64, but thanks to its programmable vector-based code processors meant that the developers could simply hand-roll their own optimized full-motion video routines. And speaking of full-motion video, that's a great lead into the next subject. Many believe that FMV is a gimmick and adds nothing to a video game, but I disagree. The PlayStation came with a dedicated chip on the motherboard known as the Motion Decoder or MDEC, to decode up to 320 by 240 video footage at 30 frames per second. This meant that developers could incorporate FMV sequences such as intros and outros and just about anywhere they wanted. But it's the clever use of the MDEC
those definitely add a lot.
really made it an essential part of the hardware.
Absolutely.
Games such as Final Fantasy 7, 8, and 9 would often transition from gameplay to FMV almost immediately to really immerse you into the world. Sometimes, especially when you're playing the game on a CRT, you really didn't even notice it. Even more clever use of FMV was a game such as Fear Effect. This game would have looping FMV video backgrounds over gameplay.
Actually kind of subtle for back then.
Frame here, it's a simple quad that's rendering the movie in the background with the 3D models in the foreground, and this adds to the interactivity and the immersion. And it's because you could decode movies very fast that these transitions were also very fast. And for me, Fear Effect is one of those unique experiences that could really only happen on the PlayStation 1 back in the day. Now, of course, over on the Nintendo 64, full motion video was certainly achievable, but many developers would simply not use it thanks to the lack of storage found on the cartridge format. And one of the most interesting examples of this is Mortal Kombat 4. This is one of the games
they
that
just cut out the endings, right?
Both the PlayStation 1
or
and
like
the Nintendo 64. Now, when you compare these two
made
games
them
side by
shit.
side, they look pretty close to each other. Both of them run at 60 frames per second, and both of them have a very similar look in terms of fidelity and visuals. But check out this intro sequence at the start of the game with Raiden. On the PlayStation 1, this sequence is a full motion video, but over on the Nintendo 64,
it's just him standing there
in real-time 3D.
Responsible for the death of an entire civilization. To rid all realms of Shinnok's menace,
this doesn't really look like it needed to be full FMV, to be honest. I mean, okay, maybe it was better. I was like, damn, this old FMV looks like in-game render as it is. What the hell? But no, that's clearly different.
Which one you think is better? But this is more of an example to show how developers tackle problems in different ways, depending on the hardware they had to work with. Now, last but certainly not least is that the Nintendo 64 offered 4 controller ports, and thanks to its 3D hardware, 4-player split-screen games were achievable. And like pre-rendered backgrounds on the PS1, this became part of the fabric of what made the Nintendo 64 so cool. 4-player split-screen games were
GoldenEye, Mario Kart, Smash Bros.
And this was a
that's
massive
unlimited fucking multiplayer fun.
Many games such as Mario Kart 64, GoldenEye, F-Zero, Perfect Dark to name a few. A fantastic way to play multiplayer games with friends.
My fucking
Over
health
on
is
PlayStation,
bad.
of course, it's possible to have 4-player games thanks to its add-on. But just like full motion video,
they had that shit for like Super Nintendo. I actually just today saw an add-on for the Sega Genesis. It was like it plugs into the 2 and then it turns into 4 controllers. So it's like I had to avoid the impulse purchase. You know?
Not very common.
The fuck am I ever gonna play with
So
that?
in conclusion, it's these limitations and features that made the N64 and
Oh,
PS1
fuck.
so amazing that developers worked with and worked around to make amazing 3D experiences.
Not
Many
good.
of these
Not
limitations will
good.
turn themselves into gameplay design choices, and some of these are still being used in video games to this day.
I should pick the
Some
health.
of them are not,
Oh.
however, and it's a real shame that number one, Xbox and PlayStation hardware is just about the same, and there's really nothing unique and interesting about any port of a game anymore. And for me, the very best era in video games was when Sony, Sega, Nintendo, and Microsoft all had different hardware with different architectures and exclusive games that were built specifically for that hardware in mind. And this is certainly a topic that I'm very interested in covering in the future. We're going to take a look at the original Xbox, PlayStation 2, Dreamcast, and GameCube era with their different architectures as well, and come up with interesting and unique discussions around those systems. But we're going to leave it here for today's episode, guys. I do feel like that generation, the early 2000s, was the last great generation in video games personally. But let me know what you guys think.
The last great generation.
Let me know your thoughts, opinions,
That's a bit of a
and
rough statement.
experiences playing PlayStation 1 and N64 games back in the day. For now, we're going to leave it here, guys. Thank you so much for watching.
Those
If you
were
liked this
the
episode, please don't
days.
forget to leave me a thumbs up, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. Bye for now.
Bye for now, dude. Modern vintage game, man. I should probably be picking the survival one there and get more healing, but fuck it. Die. Die, die, die. Ooh, Thundercrown, eh? Oh, that's kind of ridiculous for a different build. Not for this character, but the Electric Sorcerer. Fuck people up with that. Okay, hold up. Let's see, we got 9 minutes left on the match. We'll leave that shit. One more MVG video. Forgive me, I know it's kind of
1997.
Dry, nerdy
This
shit
is
for the end,
launch
but
date of the Nintendo 64.
just to round
in
off the last
Australia.
few minutes in the
Yes,
last
I'm
run.
aware that it launched in 96 in North America and Japan, but back in those days, I was a very poor college student and there was no way that I could afford the price to import a system from overseas. But it didn't matter. When the Nintendo 64 did launch in Australia, it changed my life. I fell in love with the hardware and it truly felt like the biggest generational leap in hardware ever. Now of course many could argue the case here that the PlayStation 1 to PlayStation 2 or the Saturn to the Dreamcast was even more technologically impressive, but for me personally, going from the Super NES
to 2D to 3D is almost always going to be crazier.
And it truly transformed video games into a new dimension, literally. But there was always something about the N64 that bothered me. This port labeled Memory Expansion. Taking the top off reveals what is known as a jumper pack. Do not remove jumper pack from control deck, the sticker claimed. But I always wondered, what is the purpose of this memory expansion port? After all my games at the time ran just fine without any expansion, but as it turns out, this would be the home for the Nintendo 64 expansion pack, which simply adds an additional 4 megabytes of RAM to the hardware, bringing it up to a total of 8 megabytes. The expansion pack released in 1998, and was originally meant for the ill-fated 64DD, but Nintendo moved forward and released it for the Nintendo 64 to take advantage of cartridge games. And while there is a moderate selection of games that do take advantage of the expansion,
Majora's Mask is like the only one that
in the Nintendo
I can think
64
of.
library simply doesn't require one. And this, along with the Sega Saturn back in 1995, was the very first time I can ever remember a game console ever making use of expanded memory. Now, as someone that grew up with home computers in my household, I was very familiar with what RAM expansions were. Coming from the Amiga 500, having an additional 512 kilobytes of memory added to the A500 back in the day opened up a ton of new games that I couldn't play without it. What I loved about this was that when you loaded some games when you had the extra RAM, it would display an image that the extra RAM was detected. It truly made you feel like a power user. But a RAM expansion on a game console like
I am
the
a
N64,
genius.
what is even the purpose?
My
After
brain
all,
is massive.
Game consoles have a fixed hardware spec, and every developer needs to work within those conditions. If the N64 has 4 megabytes on board, then all games must run within those 4 megabytes of memory, correct? Well, not exactly. As it turns out, there was a grand total of 2 games that actually required the Nintendo 64 expansion pack, Donkey Kong 64
and Majora's Mask?
Majora's
Let's
Mask.
go.
These 2 games required the expansion pack and would not work without it. A third game, Perfect Dark, did on the box advertise that the expansion pack was required. However, it could still
work?
run without one, offering
Nice.
about 35% of the complete game. And this was something that was advertised on the back of the box. If you didn't have the expansion pack, then you were out of luck.
You couldn't play
Instead,
solo
then
missions?
you had access
What
to the
the
entire
fuck?
game. Nintendo was very smart to not actually require the expansion pack in games immediately, and it was something that they introduced with Donkey Kong 64. In other words,
Was it
they were
smart,
far
or
more
could they have
forward
just
thinking. They waited almost
invested
a
it?
year before making the memory pack available. This meant that if you wanted access to high fidelity graphics, faster frame rates, and more content, then you'd
Faster
be more inclined
frame
to
rate, I
purchase
mean-
the expansion pack. Now let's talk about DK.
I guess I forget that mine could be even
It's
worse.
a 3D platform action adventure game which, as Donkey Kong, you explore an island and collect items to progress through mini-games and puzzles. Now this game itself is very polarizing. Some people love DK64, many people hate it as the worst collectathon ever in video games, but that is beside the point. Nintendo themselves spent $22 million marketing DK64
Come
as the
on.
big holiday game of 1999.
6
And
minutes
it was
left
the
in
very
this
first
fucking
game
map.
that not only required the expansion pack, it even came bundled with the game itself, so no one was left behind. Now let's address the
I'm trying to think, is that how Majora's Mask
exactly how
shipped?
does DK64 make use of this expansion pack? If we look at the game on face value, it's an impressive looking game, no question, but it's really not any more impressive than, say, Conker's Bad Fur Day, another rare Nintendo 64 title that really pushed the hardware to its limits, which didn't use the expansion pack. And there is a long-standing myth that the expansion pack was used in DK64 to address a memory leak which would end up crashing the game after a few hours of play. So the solution then was just to bundle the 4 meg expansion pack with every
Seems like a
single copy of
ridiculous
DK64,
solution, but
effectively
all right,
mitigating
fair
the
enough.
issue itself. Now it is important to note here that the term memory leak was never used by Rare themselves. They called it a game-breaking glitch or a bug. Now before we proceed and dive deeper into this topic, I do think it's important to illustrate to you guys what a memory leak is with a real-world example. So let's go ahead and take a look at that right now. Now to best explain what a memory leak is in its truest form, I've got this very simple program here, and basically when this runs, it's going to go into a loop and it's going to run continuously until I break out of the program. And what this program is doing is very simple. It's allocating a piece of memory to store 4 bytes or the size of an integer, and then it's assigning that integer to the value 15 and then printing that out to the screen. The underlying root cause for this is that we're allocating a block of memory, but we're never freeing it up, and we keep allocating memory in a loop, but it never gets freed.
I feel like my computer does this shit sometimes.
After a few seconds of running this program, even though we're only allocating 4 bytes on a loop, you can see that we're already exceeding about 80 megabytes of usage, and over time, after a few hours of usage, this will be a lot higher. We're into the gigabytes at that point, and eventually we're going to start running out of system memory. Now remember, the Nintendo 64 only has 4 megabytes, so something as simple as this, some oversight, could really be catastrophic. But I'm here to tell you that this memory leak expansion pack myth is simply not true, and here's why. Deadlines in video games are a real thing, trust me, I know, but I'm also familiar with the certification process, or lot check as Nintendo calls it. Games are tested thoroughly, including what is known as soak tests, where the game is left running for many hours to see what the behavior is, including memory leakage. Nintendo would have most certainly picked up on it, and even with the Christmas deadline looming, it's hard to believe that just by adding the memory pack expansion that this problem would simply be fixed.
Yeah,
First of all, adding more memory wouldn't fix the issue at all. It would only prolong
postpone the click,
devil's advocate for a second and assume that this actually was the case. Since then, in the world of YouTube, there is simply no video evidence of the game crashing after prolonged use. As well as this, there is no patched ROM that lets you play the game in 4 megabytes. Furthermore, this would be something that DK64 speedrunners would have picked up on years ago, and it simply doesn't exist. Despite the Nintendo 64's limitation and the fairly early onset of 3D technology, it was one of the very first Nintendo 64 games that actually featured dynamic lights. So when you walked into a new area, there was a lot going on, and you can see
RTX, baby, let's go.
From the beginning of the game itself. And the most compelling thing here is that according to Simon Craddock, one of 4 engineers who worked on DK64, the extra RAM was only ever used to take advantage of ongoing improvements in technology, specifically more advanced vertex lighting. And the final piece of this is that there is an ongoing reverse engineering effort for DK64 right now, and it's very apparent that the memory map of the game featured almost the entire set of 8 megabytes. So the concept of a memory leak restricting Donkey Kong 64's release without an expansion pack is simply false.
Or yeah,
but outside of these 2 required
objectively
games, the expansion pack did a pretty decent job of enhancing games with over 60 titles
Hey,
asking
got 3 mil,
nice.
nice.
And they will tell you that
well, that's not the quest I wanted to complete, but
welcome. It
I'll
allows
take it.
features and enhancements that was simply just not possible without. And since Nintendo opened up the expansion pack support,
the explosions on my character right now are ridiculous.
Developers would use the expansion pack in some pretty interesting ways. The first and most common method was to increase resolutions, but in many scenarios, this would come at the expense of reduced frame rates. This is because increasing the frame buffer needs more time to render a complete frame. The Nintendo 64 supports a maximum resolution of 640 by 480. Most games with high resolution support never actually hit this mark. Take for example Turok 2. Its internal resolution is running at 320 by 240.
I was thinking about replaying this game, but
a high-res 480
bro
by
stole the
360
cartridge. I need to emulate
the
this.
effect is a much cleaner game, but once again at the expense of a frame rate. And in some parts of the game, it's quite noticeable.
What a throwback,
FIFA
bro.
99
Holy shit.
is another game that also supports a super high resolution mode, and this is running at 640 by 480, and it does look very clean. But look how much choppier the gameplay is in this mode. Vigilante 8 is a game that's basically a rip-off of Twisted Metal, and one game that I actually quite enjoyed back in the day. It has a hidden 640 by 480 mode by typing in max resolution in the game's cheat code section. Once again, the visuals are much sharper, but the performance is significantly reduced.
That's crazy that you can get these
But I don't think it's
little
a
cheats
fair
back
thing
in the
to
day.
say that all games that use the expansion pack and high resolution modes will have frame rate issues. There are definitely some outliers. For example, Resident Evil 2 is one of the more fascinating games on the N64 that we have covered before. But did you know the expansion pack increases resolutions from the standard 320 by 240 all the way up to 640 by 480, with different resolutions that intentionally are set based on the number of enemies in the room. This has the effect of really enhancing visuals and makes the expansion pack the very best way to experience Resident Evil 2. And I think this could be considered
Baked in per room based on how many enemies there are. That's kind of funny.
Dynamic resolution switching, which is really cool. Now, of course,
Yeah,
with a
actually true.
modern capture device like the RetroTech
Pre-baked
4K
in.
that I'm using here, to handle screen resolution switchings on the fly, while it does a pretty good job, you'll still notice a slight pause and of course this message on the top right hand side that's telling us what the current resolution is. This of
That's
course
kind of
wasn't
annoying.
anything that the original development team was even thinking about
Yeah.
when outputting the game on
Shit
a
was going to
CRT, and there
CRTs.
are no such issues
No
there.
shot.
The other game that comes to mind that has a high resolution mode that doesn't affect frame rate is Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine. By enabling high res mode, it bumps resolution to 400 by 440. It even unlocks a level 13 King Sol's Mine. This resolution increase looks very clean, and I do love how much better the game is. And Factor 5, of course, are the masters of the Nintendo 64, and if there were any frame rate drops here, they are very well concealed, because I personally haven't noticed any at all. Another interesting use case for the expansion pack is to keep screen resolutions as they are, but instead increase texture quality. And this approach not only can lead to improvements in visual quality, but it can also improve frame rates. Quake 2 is a very good example of this. In the base mode, the game looks like it's running at a standard res with very low resolution textures. Nice and blurry as we would expect, but the frame rate is pretty good. But then with the expansion pack, you'll notice that the resolution hasn't changed at all. However, the texture detail has, and not only this, additional optimizations have been done to also improve frame rates. Quake 2 on the N64 is probably one of the very best reasons to get a N64 expansion pack, and it really does benefit from the additional memory. Another great example of increased fidelity is 007
not gonna
The
get
World
that.
Is Not Enough. You can really
Okay,
notice
that
the
quest
difference
done.
in quality when switching between the standard
Disappear, holy
and
shit,
the high
I'm
color
gonna
mode with the
die in
expansion
this
pack enabled.
moment.
Another method to provide an enhanced experience with the memory pack was to simply use the additional memory to add new functionality to existing games.
Gauntlet Legends?
And one
Yo,
of
what's
the best
that?
examples that I can remember is Gauntlet Legends. Now this game is a pretty faithful conversion from the arcade, but if you want to play 4-player co-op, it's only available with the expansion pack, and that extra memory facilitates having 4 players on
I didn't
screen
realize
at
that
once.
was
Hydro Thunder is
only
another
working because we had
example of
that.
this. The expansion pack is required for 3 and 4 player multiplayer. Otherwise, without the expansion pack, it can only be up to a 2-player game. And finally, some games use the expansion pack in ways that really benefit the overall performance, but in subtle ways. And a great example of this are the acclaimed sports games such as All-Star Baseball. With the expansion pack loaded, there is a lot of pre-fetching and preloading of data that's being loaded in and decompressed ahead of time, and usually this was done when the title screen was being displayed. Now overall, performance is improved because there is a lot of data that's already in memory, which result in a better frame rate. But this was something that was quite subtle. Now if you didn't have an expansion pack, the game still looked and ran very, very well, but code and data was being swapped in and decompressed as needed, so this definitely was a lesser overall experience. And in conclusion, the N64 expansion pack is a very interesting device, and in many ways, it's a pointless peripheral that really, outside of the 3 games, it didn't really make too much sense to have. But there's definitely some compelling reasons why you would have needed one, especially if you wanted the very best that the Nintendo 64 could offer. Was it a necessary device to have? Absolutely not, but I'm very glad
Why
it
did he
exists.
just like stop
And it really
there?
does show what interesting and creative things developers could do with an extra bit of RAM. But we are going to leave it here for today's episode, guys. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know your favorite N64 game, and if there was any benefit from the memory pack, please let me know, because I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on this topic as well. But thank you so much for watching,
What in
guys.
the
We're going to
spiraling
leave it here.
fuck?
Don't forget to
My
leave a
eyes,
thumbs
bro.
up.
My
and I'll
eyes are
catch you
burning.
guys in the next episode.
Alright,
Bye for now.
bye bye. Come on, come on. I just need to not die. I don't have enough health to risk getting fucked one more time. Got him. I win. I am the best. One last time. Let's get the rotting pizza. Oh, I didn't check the 2 quests I finished. Oh, whatever. I can check on stream or the VOD after if I really care. Alrighty. I think. I mean, it's definitely all for tonight. Unfortunately, I've got to cut it. Though I do hella appreciate everyone who's chilled and stuck around this long to keep me company, yo. Yeah. Fuck, that's gotta be it for tonight. It's a good ass stream. Fucking salutes to Gisticle for the fucking raid. To everyone who followed tonight. We got way too many people to name, which is way too fire. Hey, 420 on the fucking... I restarted the stream twice, so that's not actually the full thing. But Tape Deck, Kusaname, KS name, whatever the fuck, however you say that shit. Hisan Abi, Leafy Bell, Internet Ray. Yeah. I appreciate all the follows. To everyone that was chilling and chatting. Fucking Tape Deck, Artful, Serious, Growling, all you dudes, and everyone that popped in earlier too. Much love. And yeah, I'm gonna catch some sleep, do whatever the fuck tomorrow, and then we'll see. Maybe stream again. Hopefully fix this shit for my kick stream so that it doesn't make my game laggy because it's choking my CPU. But whatever, I'll try and fix that shit. Maybe I'll just chill and chat, watch if Jessica's streaming tomorrow. But we'll see. Maybe fire up the Dragon Ball and start the Android Saga late at night again. Oh, I'm probably gonna go out to a jam actually, like a local music thing. I really need to make sure I don't miss it again because I keep doing that when I'm like planning to go and getting ready and then just whatever. ADHD kicks in again. But yo, Duck Destiny fan, much love to you. I appreciate you chilling, chatting, all that type of shit. But yeah, anyways, alright, be good to yourselves and each other. I should check technically, just because I have a handful on me, even though most are probably AFK left over. Hello, computer, did I just break it? Alright, I was gonna pull out a window so I could check kick for other streams, and now my Chrome is frozen. So that's all, folks. Be good to yourselves and each other. I'll catch you on the next one. Oh, I can't even fucking hit the stop button on my OBS. Yo, we're locked in, baby. We are locked the fuck in. Alright, gonna try it again. Alright, there it is. I'll catch you on the next one.